panel. And while the fifth panel will be led by Chengetai Masango, it will be a panel about the present and future of Internet governance. Mr. Chengetai, please, the floor is yours.
Last night's activities. Thank you. To start off with, I just wanted to take advantage of this opportunity just to say a little bit more about the national and regional initiatives and what the IGF Secretariat is doing and how we are trying to work together to enhance digital cooperation amongst the national and regional initiatives. So I'll just be very quick on this. Is there a clicker? No? Then we'll just go to slide number 4, please, if there's no clicker. Let's go to the next one. So this is just quickly because there were some questions yesterday during the slot after lunch and also during the HLPDC session. So this just shows the growth of the national and regional initiatives. In 2011, we had 37. 2015, we had 47. And now in 2019, we have 116. Okay. Let's see if I'm coordinated. So the highest number is 84 is national, and then we have regional initiatives and youth IGFs. And the recognition process, and there is a set number of guidelines that, that they have to follow. Let's go to the next slide, please. And these are just the percentages. Now, it's not working. No, it's okay. I can just say next slide. It's fine. Yeah. Now, this is also the distribution. Next slide, please. This is also the distribution of the national and regional initiatives. As we can see, it's globally distributed. As I said yesterday, in Latin America and Caribbean region, we have 19, and the first IGF meeting was actually held in the Caribbean. And so we're quite grateful to this region for spearheading and starting this whole process. And this was before the WSIS outcomes and the Tunis agenda was established. Now, next slide, please. Now, as you all know, there's the global IGF meeting, which is happening in the last week of November this year in Berlin. And for the national and regional initiatives, there is a main session, which is entitled Security and Human Rights. So this is all the national and regional initiatives coming together to present a main Gengo from the IGF Secretariat, and she will bring you into the organizing of this session, which is very important. There's also going to be NRI collaborative sessions. If I'm not mistaken, there's going to be 9 of them, and these are the various topics that they are focusing on: cybersecurity, building trust, and cooperation. And I really think it's very, very important that the NRIs come to the global IGF and show what they're doing locally and regionally, because as it's been often repeated, that policy implementation happens at the national and regional level. It does not happen at the global level. So that is the key for the national and regional initiatives. Next slide, please. The next one. Thank you. There's also going to be a joint booth for the national and regional initiatives. And throughout the year, there's the IGF intersessional work. Anya Gengo leads the meetings. I think they happen every second week for the national and regional initiative coordinators, and they come up with work plans and how they can collaborate together. And then the next slide. I just wanted to also, because there were some questions asked about support for the national and regional initiatives. So at the IGF Secretariat, we can provide support such as hosting of a national, and we can let you use our remote participation. We have both Zoom, Cisco, WebEx as well. So you can have a choice between the two, and we will then set it up and give you technical support for that. This year, thanks to the Dutch government and also the Finnish government, we had limited funds to give as grants to national and regional initiatives. And I think in this region, we are working with national initiative, and we're giving them a small grant for the meeting. Hopefully, we can continue this next year, but it all depends on the money that we receive from our funders. But special thanks to the Dutch and the Finnish governments for that. And thanks to the German government, we have travel support. I think you all know about that. Unfortunately, it closed on 30th of June, but we are planning to bring in a lot of people from the regions, and the national and regional initiatives also had a chance to be involved in the selection process. This year as well, we are trying to come up with a framework, or for a syllabus for the summer schools. So if national and regional initiatives want to hold summer schools or some sessions, they can come to our website, download a template, and modify it to needs. And yes, there is the national and regional toolkit. Information about that, please contact the IGF Secretariat. Next slide, please. Sorry. IGF@un.org, or you can contact Anya Gengo, who is our national and regional focal point at the IGF Secretariat, or you can contact me as well. I'm here until tomorrow as well, so you can come up any way I can. And there's the IGF regional mailing list that's there, which you can all join and participate. Okay, that's just quickly, I just wanted to go through that, as I said, to answer a few questions that I heard yesterday. The IGF process is one of the major outcomes of WSIS, as you all know, and we started in 2006. That is the global IGF meeting. So there's been calls for, we should adapt, we should change, we should become more relevant, etc. And there have been many or a few tries in this. We've had the CSTD working group on the IGF, and they put in their recommendations, which we have followed, those that we can, as far as our funds allow us to, and I think that has been very successful. But the latest one, as I said yesterday, I won't go through the slide presentation yesterday that I did yesterday, but if you can go to the website. We have the if you go to our website, and we do have a response to the call by the Secretary General after he received the high-level panel on digital corporations report. Now, one thing I want to note is that this is not the Secretary General's report, it is the report of the high-level panel on digital corporation. So that panel gave the report to the Secretary General. The Secretary General said, let it up to us, the stakeholders, those people involved in digital corporation, to read through the report and to see what has good support, what doesn't have that much support, what suggestions or comments that people have on the report. So at the IGF Secretariat, we have taken the report, and if you go to our website and go to the link where it says the panel, it's up one, down one. Yeah, that's it, that's the link. And that is the wrong, go back. Yes, So we have set up a review platform with the report. Now, as was said yesterday, the report is rather long. So what we are concentrating on is what affects us as the IGF community, which is basically recommendation number 5, which is focusing on the mechanisms. So that is what we have put up here, up front. And at the IGF annual meeting, we are going to have a main session on day 1 at the beginning to discuss the results of this survey and this call for comments that we are having now. Now, I won't read the first paragraph because it's about the report, and you were here yesterday, so you know about it. And then the second paragraph is the digital corporation at the IGF 2019, and it just states the meeting that we're going to have, and then in preparation for comments on basically recommendation 5, Global Digital Corporation, and the call for comments is open until 30th of September 2019. So we are asking you to comment on the report, just the basic things. The first one is we have some key questions here. You don't have to follow the questions. It's just something to get your thoughts moving. How do we improve the current frameworks? I was talking to some people yesterday, and they say, yes, there is a gap between the policy and the actual implementation. So we're asking you, how do we improve this? If you have any new frameworks or mechanisms that you recommend. And also the big question is, how can we properly fund this? So that is the first 2 recommendations for 5A and 5B. And then we go to these other questions, and you can comment on each of the paragraphs to see whether or not you have any comments and things about the e-envoy. What would the tasks be, and do you think it's a useful thing? And how can we update the global corporation architecture? But those things you don't really have to worry about. What I'm mostly interested here is views for people who are on the ground, who are implementing this, and how can we structure a mechanism that can allow us to provide answers and to address the challenges that are happening now and in the future. Yesterday, people were asking for answers. At this stage, we are just trying to find some agile mechanism that can address these questions and find answers to these questions. And so the main one is the Internet Governance Forum Plus mechanism, which was mentioned in the report. And this is, as you know, the IGF Plus aim is to focus on the IGF strengths, including the infrastructure and also the national and regional initiatives. We have 116, and these can be a powerful tool to help structure the global governance mechanisms for the future. Again, I'd like to say I think this is a very important report to comment on because it has the backing of the United Nations. It has the backing of the Secretary General. And he has the ear of the member states and also other stakeholders. So if you comment, your views will be taken into consideration. So there's questions on the advisory group. And again, there's some seed questions here. What do you feel about the IGF advisory group? How can it be strengthened, its weaknesses, the selection process, etc. And then there's the corporate accelerator, which I also mentioned yesterday. And how can this come up? How do you think is the best framework or format so that we can involve elderly people, young people? How can we make sure that nobody is left behind? I mean, none of us, no one group knows the answers to these questions, but working together we may come up with, I think we will come up with something that works. And then there's the questions on the policy incubator as well, and policies, making them into norms. And at this moment, our aim is not to have hard policy instruments, but how do we have established principles, norms, codes of practice. That's what we're aiming for. As I said yesterday, this is how the internet was built, and I think we can go on to see how the governance mechanisms as well can be built in such a fashion as well. Maybe we'll have to adjust and adapt, but this is whole part of the consultation process. And then there's a observatory and the help desk, because in order to successfully participate in the internet governance debate, you have to have some grounding in the issues. And so we do need to have some sort of a help desk where governments can come, where people from civil society, from communities can come, ask for help, and that can be legislators, etc., can come and get the help they need to help structure these policy instruments. So we have questions on that. And as you see in question number 3, we point specifically to the national, regional, and youth initiatives. I mean, do we want a central one in Geneva, or do we want a distributed one that can take care of policy issues and their distinctive intricacies based on the region? I mean, not all policies, solutions are the same, but 60 to 80, 90%, it's similar, but there is those twerks that make it very important that they have to have a regional perspective as well. But we're asking you, how would you do it? So if you have a framework that, okay, we can have a globally distributed help desk, and this is how it would function, I think that would be really great. And again, I cannot stress enough, I mean, it may seem boring, it may seem tedious to answer these questions, but these questions and this report has got the best potential I've seen in the past 10 years of having some concrete results. So I do call upon you to take a look. I mean, you don't have to answer all the questions or comment on all the paragraph. You can comment on one, or just comment on one that speaks to you. Now, as I said, we are concentrating on recommendation 5, but as you can see, if you go to the corner, sorry, if you go up the page, all the way up. Yes, there. You see those boxes. As I mentioned, the report is in 3 parts. So we at the IGF Secretariat have put in the 3 parts here, leaving no one behind, individual societies, digital and technologies, mechanisms for global digital cooperation. So if you do feel that you want to comment on any other part of the report, please feel free to do so. So we will combine these comments, make a report that will act as an input into that main session at the IGF 2019 meeting. And at the IGF 2019 meeting, we have Angela Merkel, who's coming. The Secretary General is slotted to come as well. And the German government has made great efforts to invite ministers and people of note to come to this meeting, as you can tell by the travel support that they are providing. So again, I think this meeting is also going to be a very important meeting. I'll stop there because I'm out of breath of the altitude, but if anybody's got any questions, oh, we've got 2 minutes. Raul, please. Yes, and I also would like to take note of Raul's initiative as well. I mean, this is part of what the Secretary General is to forward this report.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Laura, soy brasileña. Estoy aquí con el programa Youth de Brasil y voy a hablar en português desde esse momento, ok? Bem, primeiro eu queria agradecer pela exposição. Eu gostei bastante de, apesar de estar chegando agora nesse universo da governança da internet, assim como ontem, de ver o relatório aqui do LACIGF também, de ver essas medidas que estão sendo pensadas para o IGF e para o futuro da governança. A minha pergunta ela não é sobre o relatório especificamente, é sobre... A minha pergunta ela é em relação ao cenário sociopolítico.
My question is about the socio-political context in recent years, because we see that several political authorities have been working on their own principles for digital cooperation. I'm sorry, we're not hearing the... Give me a second and then I will summarize for you. Yeah, we have a technical issue. So basically my question is whether you are taking into account all the political actors in this report, because, well, you know, the political stakeholders are also working on digital cooperation. So do they have like a role in all of this? And how is their role taken into account, especially when we take into account the new political reality?
Power to spread the report to the stakeholders. It has already been discussed at the UN in New York as well, and also other institutions such as the European Union, etc., are discussing it and contributing to the comments. So, of course, we can't force everybody to take this path, but we hope to get a critical mass and move it forward that way. Please, Raul.
Good morning, Chengetai. Thank you for your presentation. As just one ask, very simple ask, is that at the end you can repeat exactly what's where we can find the link for participating in the survey and also for contributing because I was exploring the digital cooperation website and it's not easy.
Yes. This is at the IGF website, but we'll put it in bold.
Exactly.
intgovforum.org.
It's confusing because there is a link for submitting contributions in the digital cooperation station, not there.
Yes.
Okay, so
yes.
I have one question for you, is that what will be the process after the consultation, after the IGF? What will the Secretary General do? He will send this to the General Assembly. He will develop his own recommendation based on the report. So I would like to have some light on the future steps.
So there are many options taking into part what the pathway is. But one of these options is that in time with the 75th anniversary of the United Nations to discuss this. But once we have enough information, and that is the first deadline that I have seen on it, is in line with those celebrations for the United Nations, so that we can pivot or leverage the UN to look forward to the next 75 years with these new mechanisms that may have come up. But of course, there'll be others based on the recommendations.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Sergio, and I'm working for a governmental office. And I would like to ask you, what are the law perspective that the UN is taking in regard of technologies of information and communication, such as digital signature? And what is the latest legal approach that you are taking on that matter?
Okay.
Thank you.
Just quickly, first of all, before I answer that, I can only speak for the IGF Secretariat. I cannot speak for the whole UN. There are several organizations that are taking that into consideration, such as the Intellectual Property Organization, we have the ITU, we also have UNESCO. So we have several organizations looking into it, and this is one of the issues that we are trying to tackle here, is how can we make sure that even within the UN that there is enough cooperation instead of having people working in their own silos on the same thing. And hopefully as a result of this we'll have greater cooperation within the UN as well. Thank you.
Bom dia, eu sou do Brasil. Eu estudo Relações Internacionais e venho pelo programa Youth Brasil. Uma das
The things that I'm worried about is that we see that there is not yet a legislation or there are not yet any rules regarding internet governance. And so within the context of the UN and the IGF, there are no rules. So I wanted to ask whether the UN is thinking of preparing regulations or some type of international legislation on this.
People come to the IGF, they go back to their home institution and institute those policies, those ideas that they have learned from each other at the meetings. Even here at the LACIGF, we hope that people will learn from the Brazilian experience and go home and say, oh, well, I heard this, and put it into their experience. I mean, we did have a review of the IGF, and this is what came out. I mean, even all the way to the G20, the IGF was mentioned as a place where ideas could be garnered and taken back to their home institutions or the national and regional level to put into the legislation. So, but coming from the UN, no. And I would say that there is a lot of legislation out there. And I'm sorry for keep on pointing to, you know, there's a lot of legislation in Brazil. There's a lot of legislation, you know, at the European Union, even the African Union. They are coming out with legislation, but if you want a global legislation as such, not yet. And I don't know, and I don't think that there's any plans to move into that direction as of yet. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chengetai. I'm Diego from the Internet Society, but I'm going to speak in my personal capacity, and because of that, I will address you in Portuguese, so I'll ask you to get your headphones.
Okay.
We have translators. I think it's appropriate for us to do that. Chengetai, obrigado pela apresentação. Eu queria saber, só uma questão contextual, qual é a diferença entre momentos passados em que as Nações Unidas tentaram trazer soluções institucionais no plano global para resolver o problema de ação coletiva na governança da internet e o momento que a gente vive hoje. Basicamente porque em momentos anteriores da história da governança da internet, quando se tentou levar o assunto para o âmbito das Nações Unidas, e eu digo para a alta política das Nações Unidas, a tradicional comunidade de internet reagiu de forma não muito positiva e contestou as Nações Unidas como sendo um espaço para que a governança da internet fosse tratada. Nesse caso, no momento que a gente vive hoje, quais são as diferenças que nos permitem acreditar que as Nações Unidas hoje têm mais legitimidade do que elas tiveram em momentos passados? Obrigado.
Thank you. Before WSIS, it was more of a multilateral world, just basically government speaking with each other, and then maybe the private sector at the back and civil society way back in the gallery up there without a chance to speak. After WSIS, it changed a lot. We had this multi-stakeholder approach, and of course, everything was not perfect, but it's still a great move from what we had before WSIS. Now, this is 14 years on. There has been a call for a renewal of this process, and also it is not just internet. We're talking about internet here, but now everybody's talking about digital because it goes beyond the internet. But where does it stop? I mean, we know things about internet. There's human rights on the internet, like lethal autonomous weapons. That is, I mean, in my definition, that's not internet as such, but it is digital. So, and in order to address these, we are having not just a multi-stakeholder approach, but we want a multidisciplinary approach, as the United Nations Secretary General said. We want, philosophers, we want, ethics. There's a lot of ethics involved in it. We want anthropologists. So it's widening the circle of those people who are involved. And true, we cannot please everybody, and there is going to be criticisms from many sides, but we are trying to move forward in a manner that we make most people happy in the way we're doing things. Yes. Oh, by the way, I'm only gonna stop when somebody kicks me off stage. So I will let one of those people to lead me off. Okay, please.
Hola, yo soy Isabelle from Brazil y yo voy a falar português mesmo. Ok, graças. Então, pelo que eu entendi, o High Level Panel, ele meio que pretende segmentar ainda mais
Segmentar más el gobierno del debate de lo que el propio IGF se propone. Entonces, desde juntar al gobierno con el debate que ocurre aquí en estos espacios, la impresión que da es que la intención en realidad es de segmentar y separar. ¿Esto no creen que es perjudicial para la gobernanza de Internet como tal?
Actor in the internet governance realm. We at the IGF Secretariat try and make sure that governments are involved. How can we involve more governments to be involved? How can we make the other stakeholders accept the government's intervention? Well, we have to work together with that. As I said, this is with the United Nations can use its reputation and convening power to call upon governments. And the German government is doing quite a lot of that this year, sending out letters to every single nation, the ICT minister or the ministers involved in the ICT field to come to the IGF. We as well, for the national and regional initiatives, I know that is a problem, getting governments to come and join the national and regional initiatives. If you contact us, if we have contacts there in the government, and we can ask them to join the meeting as well. We've done this, I mean, not necessarily in Latin American region, but we've done this in the Asia Pacific region, and I think we've done it quite successfully. I mean, it hasn't worked all the time, but that's what we do. We try and use our office and our name, our good name as such, to encourage governments to join in, and also vice versa, but we all have to work together on this. Thank you.
Morning, Chingay. Morning, everybody. Buenos días a todos. Chingay, I just want to page all the coordinators of NRI, which is important in order for them to look for them and then contact them. I think that's something I can recommend if you authorize me.
To the webpage?
Yes. Bueno, algo que quería comentar en relación a lo que a la presentación de Chentai es que
in the website there is a list with contacts of all regional and national initiatives where you can get in touch with the people. Each one of the countries has representatives, so that we should start coordinating with them the best way to participate, actually to reach levels of decision making so that more countries can be involved in this process. Many forums and many spaces for discussion are enlisted there, and this is important. Thank you very much. Now, we want to thank Chandai, and we're going to talk about digitalization and how to use ITs for development. We're going to invite Fernando Rojas from ICLAC, and we put our hands together to welcome him. Please. Also, we're going to have Pamela Gonzalez from Bolivia Tech Hub. Let's put our hands together to give her a welcome. Juan Pablo Vial from the Chilean government is another members of the panel for this particular meeting. Please come front. And we have Veronica Arroyo from Access Now. Here we have the four members of the panel. The moderator today is Alejandra in Uruguay. Welcome, Alejandra. Now we give floor to our distinguished moderator, Alejandra. The topic is digitalization and productive transformation. Hello, good morning to all of you. Welcome to this place. Thanks. Welcome to this panel on the digitalization and productive transformation. I am in company of experts, Fernando Rojas from ICLAC, and he works in the divisions for the development of industries. Pamela is works with Tech Hub and member of Technovation, our friend Pablo Vial, who comes from the Foreign Ministry of Chile, and Veronica Arroyo, associate for Access Now and for Latin American policy for Access Now. With them, we're going to start discussing this panel with a presentation by Fernando Rojas on how Latin America has grown economically in the past years, and how this growth has developed on the basis of raw materials with scarce participation of other sectors. The transformation of new economic structures and the needs for new spaces for labor create a new situation for Latin America. Thank the organizers for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. My presentation will touch some other topics different from the ones that were mentioned. We're going to talk about digitalization, but it's going to be divided into three parts. First, I will be talking about the context of connectivity in the region, then the importance of digitalization of productive processes, and finally I will address some studies that we did at ICLAC in terms of digitalization and productivity. I have 15 minutes, so I'll try. Then I will have to go even faster if I have only 10 minutes. First, let me show you some statistics in terms of connectivity in the region. Here we highlight that in the past 7 years, in terms of households connected to the internet, there is a significant increase in connectivity in Latin America, and this has enabled us to close the gap compared to other countries. In these past years, we went from 50% to 12%. If you analyze the same data in the region, let's go to the next one. Next. we see that there are problems, significant problems and significant gaps in terms of when we compare Latin American countries. The difference can be up to 70%, 70% for some countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Another element that creates a difference and is the topic of income. When you see the difference in terms of connectivity related to income differences, this is significant. Of course, the countries that have higher income have better connectivity, of course, but when you compare the poorest and the richer, so to say, you have a difference of up to 80%. This is a huge difference in terms of connectivity. In terms of the type of connectivity to Internet, let's go to the next. We see that the most mobile broadband is the preferred methodology, and this is 6 times higher than the connection through other means. Next. In spite of this significant growth in mobile broadband, which basically has grown tenfold in past years, we have a difference of 40%. Still, the gap is significant, and there is a lot of work to be completed here. Now, touching the analysis in terms of accessibility, we see that, according to this analysis, in terms of prices for access, you see significant differences in the prices. But the good news is that in most countries of the sample are under the threshold of 2% of the per capita income, which is established by the UN as more or less an acceptable threshold in terms of expenditures for access. Then we have conducted some studies for prepaid services, and we have significant differences here in the region too. This comparison is not to establish a ranking among countries, but to see how countries are evolving in terms of the percentage of the minimum wage used for connection, because this is the cheapest bag of services that you can purchase per day in the region. Also, the quality of connectivity is important, and speed is also important. In the region, we are below the world average in terms of speed of the connection. In terms of users of Internet, we have some similar elements. There is significant growth, and some gaps have been closed from 36 to 19 in these past years. And that's why we keep seeing this sustainability of the increase of users. However, likewise, other indicators, we see differences in the region, particularly in terms of between urban and rural areas. You see some differences here according to some countries, and this is another element that you have to take into account to determine some policies in favor of connectivity. In terms of coverage, according to GSMA in South America and Central America, the coverage is 3G and 4G. This is used all over the country, but if you talk about the penetration of mobile broadband, you could assume that there is a demand gap. Apparently there is more coverage than the number of people who demand, but at some point this could actually be explained by differences in income. This is a broad overview that I want to share with you. And now I would like to talk about the internet for production and the importance of digitalization. Why is it important for the region to start an accelerated digitalization process for production or productivity? First, because as I said in the introduction, this is going to increase sustainability and efficiency to save resources, and obviously this improves competitiveness in the region for the economies in the region, because digitalization of productive processes will give us shorter periods of access to the market, and this innovation cycles will be shorter too, so that more complex products can be offered. And also this has a positive impact on the flexibility of the process itself, which gives more personalized service to the end user. But this process of digitalization or this incorporation of new technologies in production has an impact on the industrial structure. It is going to modify value chains, the structure itself, and it's going to require an adaptation. And here we have a fourth element that is significant for ICLAC. And this is something that we'll mention at the end, that has to do with skills. It is fundamental to develop new digital skills, to be able to adapt and adopt these new technologies. As we said, as we saw up to now, the digitalization of processes has advantages, but there are some risks, especially linked to the labor market that can suffer a negative effect as a result of this. Some data by CAF, some of the most significant problems in the region in terms of the gap in digitalization are associated to production factors. Among them, of course, you have human resources as a central element here. In this regard, in ICLAC, we have developed some studies, particularly in terms of the effect of automatization and employment. You have two forms to do this automation. The first one is an employment analysis with the possibility of having automation for some activities, and the other analysis is analysis based on tasks. We estimate the probability of adopting some automation if you go, if for example more than 70% of the tasks that are necessary for some occupation, this position becomes subject to automation, and this has an effect for human resources, of course. And if you have 30% of an activity, of the number of activities a position has to develop are susceptible to become automated, then this remains as such. Some of the results that we have found is the relationship between the probability of automation and the level of education. If we compare between basic and high school, the probability of automation basically decrease as you go up or higher in your education level. It has been kind of difficult to do this for the entire region. We only worked for the Chilean case, so I'm going to show you some results for the Chilean case here. For example, we found that there are difference of effects according to the groups that we analyze. For example, if you see ethnic groups, indigenous have a higher, they run the risk of a higher automation of their activities. This is of course linked to education and income. If you see here, the highest level of income has a probability of automation that is a lot lower than the average. This is for the case of Chile. This we cannot generalize this. In terms of gender, for example, in Chile, men are more vulnerable than women to this. In terms of nationality, foreigners living in Chile are more susceptible of or more at risk under this analysis. Another analysis that we have conducted in this area is seasonality, because the effect of automation is not immediate. According to the speed of technological substitution, the availability of technologies, and the relation between automation and other levels of production, these effects will define what the effects of automation will have on employability. For Chile, the effect is going to be seen until the year 2040, and up to that year, which is a threshold, we're going to have different speeds of adaptation of levels of employment. In this slide, you can see basically which are or how many jobs are going to disappear out because of automation, which ones could be transformed and which ones could remain without modification. The restructured are in blue, the eliminated are in green, and those are not, which are not affected, are in yellow. This will depend on what is implemented or done during the period that was estimated as the threshold. Also, to complement this, we did some web scraping and some techniques to analyze offer and supply for the region. For example, in the freelancer page, we analyzed the supply and demand of labor for men and women regarding certain tasks, and this was afterwards linked to the fact that which of those tasks can be automated. For men, here most of the supply is related to programming, and in women it is more linked to translation and writing. When you compare demand and supply, you see that you have an excess of demand. Therefore, the supply side is not able to cater to the needs of the demand adequately, and this is linked to the transformation of production, and you have a difference between offer and supply here. We completed this activity according to certain activities, but also we use some other references, and we use Workana, which is a tool very used in the region, and you have a similar approach to the difference between men and women for this type of labor. Demand in regards to supply is like this. In this case, the scales are different, but here you have an excess of demand, especially from units more linked to certain technologies. Final comments on this. As I said, education is fundamental to measure some negative impact that may happen out of automation. Therefore, we suggest that the transition be strengthened, transition from school to labor. We actually have some exercises to analyze what skills are demanded in the market. The other point is investment. We need to have more investment to promote these skills, and precisely we have to better link supply and demand in this area through the adoption of technologies and through analyzing what's the real need for new transformation. I think I ran out of time. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm open to have any question later.
Thank you very much, Fernando. After this interesting presentation by Fernando that addresses many challenges for the region, because, well, in the presentation of Fernando, we have seen how the inequities continue in the region and between the region and the developed world, and also, well, within the region, between different countries in the region. In the case of Chile, we have depending on the ethnic belonging, educational level, etc. So we will continue discussing this in this panel. So now I would like to ask Veronica Arroyo, what public policies are needed to favor technology in the traditional sectors of the economy, taking into account Fernando's presentation? Well, the question is about regulations and policies regarding the adoption of technologies. Well, we don't really work with traditional sectors. We rather work on digitization. So you mean digitization in itself? Okay. Well, in general terms, I can talk about digitization in private productive sectors and at the level of the government. So there is a double perspective that we need to adopt when we talk about digitization. In general, things are quite positive. And the issue now is that civil society has to be involved in this discourse of digitization from a human rights perspective. Why? Because we need to build trust between citizens, between people, and those evolutions, those developments. So how long do I have? 5 minutes? Okay, very well. So there are certain public policies or certain regulations that can be implemented, and basically I would like to focus on data. Why? Because the economies use data as an asset for development. That also happens at the level of the states. The states also use data for the process of digitization at the level of the government. So there are like 3 aspects that I would like to mention very fast. First of all, personal data in a broad manner, focusing though on the cross-border flow of data, because the economic market is no longer a domestic market only, but it's an international market. So there is a need for regulations, basic regulations or principles, so that different countries can use the same language, and so that the entrepreneurs in different countries can somehow broaden the markets they have towards other places. Because at the end of the day, if we have different legislations, then that may be an impediment for development. Another important point regarding personal data is the portability of data, which is being worked on in several places. So this also promotes inclusion. If you can move from one platform to the other, then new actors can enter the economy through this data portability. So portability is another important issue related to personal data. Another important issue is related to the digitization of governments. So when the government says that everything will be digitized now, of course that's a very positive idea, because everyone will adopt this and everyone will say that this is very positive. But when we look at the adoption of this type of initiatives, we see that this must go hand in hand with certain recommendations. So, for example, in Latin America, we see that people are working with the digital identity. The governments want the people to have a digital identity to facilitate access to state-provided services. When we talk about this issue, we have certain recommendations to also create, what I said before, confidence and trust of the people. For example, privacy, for example, that this is a voluntary registration, for example, that the databases should not be centralized, for example, to make sure that people know what the state is doing regarding their identity, etc., etc. So we have many recommendations in this sense. And also, when the state or when the local governments say that they want to digitize everything, they talk about smart cities and smart citizens, they talk about sensors, they talk about public lighting, that is smart. They talk about applications for citizens to use them. And in this regard, we also have certain recommendations for those governments, public policy recommendations. One of the main recommendations in this sense is that sometimes we need to evaluate the need for using those technologies, because we need to make sure that it is clear that technology in itself is not positive or negative, and so we need to evaluate the true need for that technology to solve a certain issue. We also talk about building that trust towards the population, because it's not only about selling a discourse, it's about building trust among the population so that the people can exercise their rights. So we need to have an informed dialogue, we need to have complaints mechanisms, we need to have the anonymization of data at the level of the government to ensure privacy. We also talk about control systems, external and internal control systems, and we also talk about evaluations once again of whether the technology is truly necessary. So by way of conclusion, I would like to say that whenever we have this narrative, this discourse of digitization for economic and social development, it is necessary for this to go hand in hand with a human rights evaluation, with an evaluation of privacy. So this must always accompany the discourse of digitization. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much for inviting me to this panel. Well, I'm part of Women's SIG and of the ISOC Bolivia Chapter, and also of Youth IGF. Regarding the topic of the panel, I think that there are various traditional industries that need to be digitized to survive, and that gives rise to an enormous market for the emerging startups that can solve this problem. So I think it's very important for the startups to work with artificial intelligence to reduce costs and to really show the benefits to these traditional industries, the benefits of digitizing. For example, the tourism industry is a sector that needs to be digitized, because the small enterprises in the tourism sector, they do not understand why they would have to digitize. And so the large companies start having a monopoly, pushing those small enterprises out of the market. So that is why this is a problem. This is a problem which several startups in Latin America could help solve by including the small companies. But then there's also this question of working with the small enterprises and showing them the need for digitizing, showing them that this will help them reduce their costs and that this will help them access the benefits of digitization. So I think that like this, in this way, well, we have worked on an initiative with children. We have been doing this for 3 years, and we have seen that children and women are drivers of economic development, and so that you need to sow the seeds among the children for this. So we work with children and their parents to involve them in this process. And so the parents of those children come from traditional industries. And so if we involve the children of the parents in traditional industries, then it becomes clear to them that digitization offers many benefits in their traditional sectors. I think that this initiative has been quite successful because, well, we have seen entrepreneurs who have become aware of the fact that they could use these benefits for their own businesses. And I think that this is something which could be replicated because this is really a novelty for them. And working with the parents is also a novelty because they're not like digital natives. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now I would like to hand over the floor to Juan Pablo Biel of the Chilean government. I believe you have a presentation. Okay. Can someone help me with my presentation? No, that's not my presentation. Okay, that's my presentation. Well, 5 minutes? Yes? Okay, I will be fast. First of all, I would like to convey my greetings to the Bolivian people for their anniversary, and I would like to thank you for inviting me to this IGF meeting. I would also like to thank you for inviting me to this, for giving this presentation. My presentation will be about the creation of value on the basis of big data. So it's not only important to enhance productivity and investment, but it's also important to prepare the country for the fourth industrial revolution. In this sense, we have a digital transformation plan. This is an initiative to enhance innovation in the productive sector, so transforming Chile into a hub, into a digital data-based, data-driven hub. So on this slide, you can see the situation, the privileged situation of Chile in terms of our unique conditions, in terms of temperature, humidity. We have so we are in an adequate location for development of our economy. This means that in the coming decade, Chile will concentrate 70% of the capacity of astronomical observation, for example, in the world, because of our privileged location. The data produced by astronomy can be seen here. So we produce many data related to astronomy. Astronomy is producing more information than all tweets together and than all videos uploaded to YouTube in 1 year. So to take advantage of that data flow, we have created the Data Observatory, which is an initiative of the Ministry of Economy, Science and Technology. And the idea is to create a data observatory, data of global value, data that are made available in the cloud, and to use those data for technology transfer and to encourage human development. One of the founding partners is Amazon Web Service. So they're giving us a space in the cloud to keep those data. So this is very important for the development of science and technology, and this will also have an impact in other areas of the economy, transportation, health, mining, etc. So we are starting with the data from astronomy. Data are data of a large volume and offer a lot of potential, but later we would also like to include other data sets from other sources. For example, Chile has a lot of freshwater resources, and we have a lot of information on that freshwater. We also have a lot of data on climate change, etc., etc. All of those data could be used by entrepreneurs, researchers, universities, companies that want to use those data for technological applications and that want to use those data for their own algorithms that will have a considerable impact in other areas of the economy. So opening up this access to the data, we can recognize patterns, work with algorithms, become more efficient, etc. And that has a cross-cutting approach in different fields of the economy and also in operation of the public administration. This also offers enormous potential to speed up developments in the field of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, as we all know, requires a lot of data. So this is the policy of digitization in Chile, to have a productive development that is data-driven. Thank you very much. And now I would like to open the floor to the audience. If you have any questions or comments for the panel members, if you have any to say something about the challenges related to digitization in the region. So the microphone is open. Oh, we have one microphone up here, so please come to this microphone if you have any questions. Thank you very much. My name is Laura. I'm from Brazil. I represent the youth program. I have the following question. So in Sao Paulo, we have 3 large universities. And recently, they have changed their database, and they have started using the data safe of Google. So before, their data system was an own system, but now the data system is hosted on Google. It's hosted on the data centers of Google. So based on the talks, and based on the talks of the panel members, I would like to ask you whether you consider if it is possible for Latin America and the Caribbean to escape from the situation of sending all our information to international companies, whether we can somehow escape from this situation, because this may be damaging to us. So do you think it's possible for us to avoid this situation, that we can build our own ecosystem of data, and whether the internet governance systems can help us avoid this? What are the probabilities of really avoiding this? That would be my question for you. Well, Laura, the question that you ask, can you hear me? It's a very significant question. It's a very important question. Personally, I'm also worried about this. You know, when I heard that there are no cloud services in Latin America and that we always adopt cloud services outside Latin America. And as the representative of the Chilean government said, well, normally we use or we acquire, we sign agreements with cloud services, for example, with Amazon Web Services outside Latin America. So beyond an economic problem, because there is an economic element in this, you know, the cost of all of this, etc. But beyond the economic aspect, this is a problem because of the economies in which we live. So the investments, yes, that's a problem. Investment is a problem, but on the other hand, this also has like a rights related. Because when you take this abroad, you don't know exactly what is happening, who is administering. That is a problem. That is a problem in Latin America, and that is why I said at the beginning that it is very important that when the universities say we are going to digitize, etc., etc., it is necessary to really address this question. That is necessary in Latin America to address this question. So it's good to really ask this question and to address this question and to know more who is going to administer this platform of data, how is this going to be done, etc., etc. So yes, we need to address this question. And I know that this is a firm here, but I understand that it's important to address this question. And you need to be able to ask questions. about all of this. If you're going to have the hosting of this in a cloud service abroad, then you really need to have the power to be able to ask questions. Well, regarding the topic of hosting the data in certain places, that is a recurrent discussion. And I would also only like to make the following comment about this. I think that we have to focus on the regional level. We have to focus on the development of a clear legislative framework regarding the management of data. We have started to conduct a study with the Internet Jurisdiction Policy Network. They work a lot on this, and while they have conducted a study on the European case to talk about the implementation of GPRR, etc. But the idea is to first have a situational status report on this, but eventually in the short term we need to harmonization on this, because that will enhance the clarity on data management regardless of where or who hosts the data. So I think we need to have legislative clarity.
Just to clarify something in particular, with the data observatory promoted by the Chilean government, we are going to work only with open data, data that do not have an impact on the privacy of people. Good morning. Good morning, yes. I have two questions based on the utopia or dystopia or technotopia. The first one is for Veronica. I would like to know how she sees the use of biometric data for productivity that we discussed yesterday. When you have biometric data, for example, there is a suggestion to use this to monitor if students are paying attention in the classrooms in the university, or if an employer installs cameras to see if their employees are paying attention to their work or not. That's one thing. The second thing, we are discussing the smart cities. Some of them have been subject to ransomware sometimes, and this is a threat, a risk. I understand that some cities don't want to pay ransoms for the retrieval or recuperation of the data that somebody stole. The question is, do we have the means to protect our cities that undergo this type of automation, for example, to prevent attacks on the water supply, electricity supply, etc.? Yes. Regarding the question, I think it's very important for people in circles that are non-technical understand what artificial intelligence is about. It's important to understand the situation. You can know, I know where the failure is and how I can fix it. It's so important that everyone has some knowledge about artificial intelligence, even if it's at the basic level, to not to be a target, I mean, for these attacks. The question is so important because the use of biometric systems and measures are not used only to promote productivity in a school or an industry. This is also used in the public space, and actually this creates a situation. Can you really opt out, or can I opt out if somebody requires that I provide iris scan or fingerprint scanned samples? What happens when you are reacting to an ad in a public space, as it has happened in Brazil? In this regard, when you talk about productivity in closed and private spaces. What's important here is to understand that biometric data are sensitive. Those data are sensitive items, and that's why we need to give a special treatment and very limited use for that data. If the company is going to use biometric data, this company has to inform the workers. It has to be a very specific explanation, and it has to be explained very clearly for how long this data will be kept. And of course there will have to be a definition of what data will be recorded and the specific purpose. Of course the use of biometric data is here. It's kind of difficult to go against this because, as we said, the technology isn't good or evil. The thing is how we use it to the end use, the purpose. And of course there has to be information so people can give their consent or not. They should have a say in terms of accepting or not if they want to work in an environment like this. My name is Sergio. Good morning. I would like to ask you, taking into account that this forum doesn't have any binding recommendation, it just publishes recommendations, as Mr. Rejas mentioned. I would like to talk about the best framework. We understand that there's no binding agreement here, but when Veronica mentioned the operation of smart cities, this has brought me to considering this. We have a teleférico and a cable car to use it here in La Paz, and you have a card and you use it to pay for your fare. This constitutes data. What's your opinion on the use of these simple tickets to go on the cable car? Because you can be surveilled, and you can be under the watch of somebody else. Can someone opt out? Can someone say, I don't want to be recorded, or I don't want you to know when I am taking the telepheric or not? I don't want to monopolize this as I don't want to monopolize, and your question is very important, and this is something that we see this as a more common thing in Latin America. Many governments want to control things. When you talk about the cable car or the that you can access to with a card, of course, people, if their presentation can know when you take teleférico, for how long, what time do you usually use it, etc. Of course, you can be profiled at some point, basically. What is recommended here is that this data should be encrypted, so that when you enter this information, you can encrypt it. That's an option. To precisely avoid that the government have such power to determine where you go, how you move, when you move, etc. Of course, there has to be a certain guarantee that this information will not be given to third parties who shouldn't have a say on this unless you give your consent. Good morning. My name is Patricia Cabrera. I am a professor at the Catholic University here in Bolivia. My question is for the ICLAC representative, Fernando Rojas. I think it was very interesting to hear about your study regarding the trends in the labor market in the face of this digital transformation. My question has to do with this. To what extent will you continue these studies? Because in this digital transformation goes so fast, and you need to adapt. You need to keep on studying. What has ICLAC envisioned for the future? And perhaps I would like to know if you are informing the governments to be prepared for this. And my second question wants to know if these data are available somewhere, these studies. For the case of Chile, we're trying to replicate the study that we did for Chile to have a better grasp of what's happening in the region. And we have other specific initiatives with other countries related to the digitalization of production. For Peru, we are working with CAF in a project to analyze digitalization of the agro-exporter sector. We have a productive chain in ICA specifically that covers from the producer up to the exporting dock or harbor. We are going to analyze all the elements in this productive chain, and this is important because since we will be working with the government, we want to have the data so that they can have certain input for future legislation. In terms of the studies, I'll be happy to share my contact card with you, and this information can be available to you. My name is Fabio Garces. I am a fellow from Youth IGF, and the traditional labor relationship. Of course, gender and race is evident, but when I submit a form to apply for a job or something like that, I have to include a picture that shows my gender and race. When we talk about digitalization, do you think that this will have an effect so we can see an elimination or decrease of the gap in terms of information regarding gender and race? Any possible effect? Maybe? Thank you. No, there was no answer to that. Thank you. Buenos días, soy de Vela de question regarding automation. There are some studies that say that most of the population who are losing their jobs are going to the the tertiary sector, and the labor is precarious for many young people. I would like to know your opinion on this because many young people are not prepared to face automation or digitalization, and many of those young people who are losing their jobs are going to seek work in other areas. To complement the study I just mentioned, even though we are not going to publish this very fast, this study is including at some point a discussion of the informal sector. We want to know the impact of automation and its relations with the informal sector of the economy. Now, regarding skill or building for young people, we have another study, and I'll be happy to share this with you. We are analyzing what's the supply from educational institutions so can get the education they need in terms of robotics, automation, digitalization, etc. In most countries there is supply on these topics or areas, but there is not enough demand. I don't know if this comes as a result of lack of information, on the side of the supply is you see an emphasis onto the this is something we have to analyze very well because we need to balance supply and demand, and sometimes the demand for this type of education is not enough. Good morning. Good morning. My name is I am from Brazil. I have a question for Brazil, and I think that for a long time digital technologies have brought the promise of an easier job, more flexible job, and less hours spent in the workplace. In other sectors, we see that we are using a 24 24/7, the 24/7 regime or system. Mine has to do with the rights of workers. I would like to know if the workers in this process of digitalization who have to actually develop new skills are receiving some insurance or benefits. In Brazil, for example, some of us who are working on behalf of the workers, we feel kind of attacked or violated because we are in an environment lacking enough rules, and sometimes technologies that supposedly are to benefit us are creating some damage to the workers. In ICLAC, we have a unit. This is the employment unit that's analyzing these topics. One of the topics we're analyzing is what's the impact of these technologies on new legislation. For example, when you talk about the delivery industry, this is impacting the performance of so many workers. We don't have specific data yet, but we realize what's the advantage of incorporating new technologies to include more people, and we should balance it with the damage or the downside of having this type of incorporation. Another question for Veronica. I am Carolina from Mexico. My question has to do with smart cities. You mentioned that there are some principles to determine when a process in a smart city can be or not automated. My question is if there is a standard, some guidelines to determine which process or not, and if you have envisioned some standards. Thank you for the question. We have been working in smart cities, and so far it is not exactly one standard. There is a general recommendation. The thing is, what do you want to do? We have a problem. What's the technological solution? And we want to see first if the technological solution is the only one available, or if we should look for a different solution. We have not really started establishing these specific standards or to develop standards or guidelines. We are not there yet, but certainly this is something that is subject to constant evaluation. And the other thing I want to mention is that these standards should include an analysis and an analysis afterwards, to see if this measure was appropriate or not. Before I give the microphone to the next person, I would like to leave my area of moderator to answer to question about discrimination. I think that technologies of information and owning those technologies and to incorporate those in labor processes will make more transparent the processes that were invisible. As Veronica has said several times, technology is not evil or good, but I think that in this case it can generate more opportunities to watch for and to combat some discrimination processes. I think it is important. This could be important. And regarding the rights of workers, I would like to mention that, for example, in Spain, there is a new legislation on digital rights, for example, and they recognize your right to disconnect, to log off. I think this is part of the fourth industrial revolution, so perhaps some of our countries will have to consider adopting this. Okay, now I go back to my role as moderator. Good morning, my name is Juan. I think that the topic discussed here is extremely important, given this stage of change of generations. We are going to start a new decade in this new century, and some countries, such as my country, have not internalized the importance of digitalizing companies. So many companies that are trying to make a jump from the primary sector to the tertiary sector without actually developing the secondary stage of this. The question is, how is it possible for countries such as ourselves to jump from the primary industry to technology-based technologies, the fourth stage, these startups? What's the challenge we should meet, or what value criteria should we develop? You may say education, but I think that the ICLAC experience, based on the results that were mentioned today in Chile and Peru, perhaps are showing that we could use those as a basis to create public policies to make a qualitative jump without actually trying to do some industrialization. Asia and Europe were able to conduct their industrialization processes, but we are in a different scheme. Perhaps we will never see that. My question is, what do we do to make that jump? And finally, we are saying that smart agents are being intelligent. For example, the Google Assistant, and there are so many assistants, technology-based assistants in common platforms that are going to revolutionize how things are done.
Thank you for the question. Various things can be done. Of course, it depends on each country and on the degree of development in each country. One advantage of being a little bit lagging behind is that you can give this leap forward. One fundamental issue in this is education. Germany, for example, is a leader in education, not only in education but also in transformation of digital skills of the people in the labor market already, and they are leaders as well in the retraining of the workforce. Now, the other issue regarding the productive structure, it's not necessarily so that you have to generate only technology-driven companies, but as mentioned, in the case of Peru, you also have some sectors in which you have benefits for those sectors to be digitized. And there, of course, you have to make an analysis in what technologies and what part of the chain, etc. So you need a combination of elements in this to make this leap forward. The other element is that those elements mentioned that determine are the processes of innovation going? What measures are there to facilitate or to generate a greater dissemination of innovations? Well, one element that is important in this is the relationship between technology and labor in terms of the wages, because we have seen that, for example, in the countries where the wages are very low, it's not convenient, economically speaking, to have this transformation towards technologies, because it's more expensive to have a technology transfer than to have cheap workforce. So although determinants define the speeds, but so as I said, there is this combination of elements that has to be taken into account. If there are no more questions, then we will have a final round of comments, 2 minutes each, to close this session. Juan Pablo, would you like to start? Without that, data are very relevant, are like the new oil, the new gold, and are the fuel of the digital economy. So this means that the countries have to develop policies to add value on the basis of data. At the same time, we need to build endogenous capacities here in the region to make this leap forward to the digital economy. If we compare ourselves to the US, China, Europe, well, they are making enormous investments in artificial intelligence, and we, the countries in the region, well, the only option left to us is to also build endogenous capacities. As mentioned by ICLAC, we need to go from the internet of consumption to the internet of production. This means that we need to strengthen our human capital to really take ownership of the new technologies. In addition to what Juan Pablo has said, at ICLAC we have this initiative of the regional digital market, and one of the topics that we are focusing on within that framework is precisely the topic of data management and administration, especially cross-border data sharing. This is a fundamental aspect that we need to work on as a region, following the example of Europe and its GDPR. Of course, we don't have to adopt the European GDPR, but we need to adopt our own directives to take care of security, privacy, etc. So I wanted to close my intervention by saying this. Okay, to add to this, I think that collaboration is very important, collaboration between the different industries, and it is necessary for the technicians to work together with the traditional industries so that we can offer new solutions for their problems, especially targeting women who are the driving force of the informal economy, which is dominant in Latin America. To close this, I would like to underscore that Latin America has an enormous potential and has a lot of creativity to work on this, and the people present here know this. And well, what we have to do from our different sectors, what we have to do from our different stakeholder perspectives, is that we need to work on how to accompany this process, how to foment this process of creativity and innovation in the region. And this means that we need to build trust. How can we build trust, confidence in these technologies? And this means that we need to build capacity so that the users or the individuals or citizens, etc., so that all of them could have the necessary skills to be part of the new society that we are building. Thank you very much to all of you. We have finished this session, and please a round of applause for the panel members. Well, I would like to thank Fernando Rajas of ICLAC, Pamela Gonzalez of Bolivia Tech Hub, Juan Pablo Vial of the Chilean government, Veronica Roy of Access Now. For the people who work in public management, this panel has been very productive, especially the experience of Chile, and well, the people working on this here in Bolivia. We will continue this conversation with Chile to learn more about their experience. Now, one more applause, please. Thank you very much. To the coffee break, and since we are on time, For now, we only have the 2 panel members and the moderator, Valeria. The floor is yours. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure for me to moderate this discussion about a topic which I consider to be very relevant and which is a priority identified in the internet community and which concerns an issue of interest to all stakeholders. So this is a session about internet access, and we will focus on the challenge of connecting with quality the unconnected in the short term. The purpose of the session is to discuss different approaches or perspectives by detailing some models for the provision of connectivity, so mechanisms to connect the unconnected. I would like to talk briefly about the underlying reasons of this topic. On the one hand, without doubt, without connectivity, individuals, communities, companies face significant barriers to participate in economic and social networks that are part of society and the digital economy. The people who are not connected are lagging behind, and that is giving rise to a broadening, to an exacerbation of the gaps and of the inequalities. And so this is also exacerbating digital exclusion. The impacts, the social and economic impacts of this exclusion from connection are very clear. In this sense, one of the priorities of the public actors, but also of all stakeholders, is to generate a public policy framework that makes it possible to make progress to the universal access and connectivity. And in addition, we have to recognize that these are fundamental pillars for achievement of the SDGs, specifically the goals related to sustainable development that have to do with Goal 9. Goal 9 is related, for example, to the gender gap, the gap in accessibility, the urban-rural gap, also the gap in terms of capacities and skills, and also the generational gap. And in the end, this is related to the quality of health and education production. Session seeks to address a critical issue which is related to the connectivity to internet over the last decades, and that connectivity has grown at an extraordinary pace. However, recently this growth has declined significantly and has even stagnated. Therefore, the current models that are providing connectivity and access to the broadband infrastructure, since there is no growth, this is giving rise to exclusion, so leaving out many people in the developing countries, people that do not have adequate communication services because of coverage and cost considerations. According to the ILO, and you can see the figures here on the screen, according to those figures of 2018, a large number of people in Latin America do not have access to the internet. The number is alarming. So this means that the strategies used in the previous decades are no longer adequate or sufficient to connect the unconnected. And so we need to explore and review other models, other perspectives in this regard to overcome the gaps that I mentioned before. And we also need to understand the regulatory implications, technical, social, economic implications of the new mechanisms to be implemented by stakeholders to connect the unconnected. The session will have 2 parts. The first part with Carla Velasco of Redes AC and Maria Cristina Capello of Facebook is a presentation of two different perspectives about how to address this issue in the region. So they will talk about specific models, for example, through the Internet for All initiative of Facebook, and Carla will talk about the model regarding community-based networks. After that, we will have part in this session with panelists from different sectors who will also share their own experiences and perspectives regarding connection of the unconnected. Tina, who is the security and well-being area manager of Facebook in Latin America, and Carla is part of the organization Redes Mexico, and as I said, she will talk about the community networks initiative in Mexico to connect the unconnected. And after that, we will invite the public to make comments. Hi, I'm Carla Velasco. Thank you for inviting me to be here in this panel. So to continue, I would like to start with a presentation that I prepared. So I will talk about the model that we have prepared to connect the unconnected. So you can see a community in Oaxaca in Mexico. It's called Santiago Noyo, and you can see that they have many antennas on the roof, between 6 and 8 antennas on the roof. Of all these antennas, only 2 actually work. And this is thanks to all the government projects over the last 20 years. So projects of connectivity that were stagnated or that were not followed up or that ended without any further follow-up. There was even one antenna of a Chinese company that set up the satellite, but then the satellite broke down and no one knew how to fix it. 2 of the antennas that are working, well, one is of Mexico Conectado, of the Mexican government, and well, that project ended, and I don't know whether that antenna is still working. And the other antenna is of a cell phone, an indigenous cell phone project, which is the one I will present to you. Now, what is a community-based network? A community network is a network that is managed collectively by the community. It's a non-profit network managed by indigenous communities or by civil society in the communities. The purpose of the network is to exercise the right to communication with democratic participation, with gender diversity, and with pluralism. So why do we have these community networks? The community networks are different from the state or commercial projects because the community networks are managed by the people using them. So the users themselves build and maintain the networks. The users are active members of the network, and so this means that there are greater possibilities of sustainability of the connectivity projects. So they influence operation of the network with their own inputs. So if you are the community network. Let me mention these publications because we are not the only ones working with community networks. These are publications about other community networks. My organization is called Community Networks for Diversity and Sustainability and Equity, but APC, ISOC, they all work on community networks. This year we have a project together with Resmatica ABC, and thanks to ASDI, that's the SIDA, the Swedish Development Agency, they're helping us with a project to connect the unconnected. So thanks to that project, we can work with community networks around the world. So 12 community networks from Africa, Latin America, and Asia are working with us in this project. Well, the first relevant publication in this sense is a publication of two scholars. in the publication, well, basically, they did a study on 12 community networks in Argentina, Brazil, India, Indonesia, Mexico, Congo, Thailand, etc. And so they have concluded that in the community networks, well, they show that there is a local control of the network and of the content in the community network. In the publication, they also say that in the community networks, there is a specific focus on the needs of women, children, and the elderly. So the community networks specifically work with the needs of these sectors. Also, the costs of the community networks are low, and there is a greater control of the money because the money stays within the community, so it doesn't go elsewhere. It remains in the community. It doesn't go to a company. And then also the communities are the owners of their own data. So basically the communities sometimes have their own servers, so this means that their information is relatively secure. In the study, they also talk about the fact that the community networks empower the community, because I have been a loyal user of products of Apple, etc. But now that I'm more involved with the community networks, I see that it's better to use other possibilities to control my own access and to control my own data. So in these community networks, you have this control. You know why you want to use the internet, how you use the internet. So that is empowering for those communities. The other two publications are, well, the second one is Community Networks in Latin America. It's a study that we made. It's a study about regulation especially. So it's about challenges, regulations, and solutions. So that's a Latin American study about the status in terms of regulation of community networks. The third publication is a publication about innovations in spectrum management. So these are two examples of community networks. The first one is a mesh network. So this means that the network is somehow democratic. So you see that the nodes are connected within the community network, and part of the network. So if you have access to all the nodes, you can have access to the content of the network. In Mexico, we have a couple of projects like this, and every node has information of the community. If you have access to that node, you have access to educational content, you have access to videos of the community, pictures of the community. Some communities enjoy playing basketball, for example, so they have like videos of the basketball matches, and all of that is on the local network. The second model is a GSM network, and this is a telephone network in the community basically. So you can see that here. So the first one I explained, the mesh network, that is a network that is often focused with Altermundi in Argentina. For example, they have a community Wi-Fi project in Argentina. They have an agreement with the University of Córdoba in Argentina, and so under that agreement, the university gives them the internet during the daytime and the nighttime. So when the university is not fully using its internet during the daytime, they share that internet with Altermundi, and Altermundi shares it with the community. At night, when the university is not using the internet, the community can use the internet at nighttime at a higher speed, of course. So all of this is within a community-based arrangement. The whole community is the owner of the network and maintains the network. They also have a is aligned to the principles of community-based management, and that router is like something that allows you to have your own community network, and people can all well configure their own router. Then the second example is a cell phone example in Mexico. This is a project in which I work. It's a telephone project in Oaxaca with 16 communities. It's a non-profit telephony arrangement and thanks to a pilot project, we were able to sign an agreement with the government so that we could have access to a spectrum, to a frequency, and thanks to that access, we can provide telephony services in 5 states. With this service, people pay around $2.50 to be able to make phone calls and messaging services during 1 month. So the cost is very low. And the money stays within the cooperative, within the community. And so every 6 months, they decide what to do with the data. And then, as I mentioned, the community networks have empowered women through the active participation of women. So here you can see like one woman, for example, installing a router in Mexico. On the other pictures, you can see different parts of the world where women are participating in the community networks. These are networks of public access. So as I said, like the mesh networks mean that from any device you can have access to your servers, to your intra-network, to your local network. So if you live in a community and you have public services, you can show those public services to the whole community. We have also seen that the community networks are strongly linked to the community radio stations. In Mexico, many projects are strongly connected to the community radio broadcasting stations. And so that is how we were able to make progress through the community radio with telephony, etc. We also have cases of innovating spectrum use. For example, in India, there is an organization that has access to TVWS. And in the community, there is support from regulators and ministries, and in Mexico especially we have a lot of support from regulators. There is access to knowledge, technical knowledge and skills. In Mexico we have a project, a program to train indigenous people as technicians with different modules. For example, community-based communications, electricity and electronics. There's one module on wireless networks, so that way the indigenous people acquire technical knowledge. What are the constraints? That's one constraint. It's difficult to have access to the spectrum. That's a restriction as well, because there are many companies that want to access the spectrum. So if you are a non-profit entity, you have greater difficulties to access the spectrum. Licensing is a problem as well, the types of licenses and the costs of licenses. Then we have an almost zero access to fiber, and taxation is another issue in Mexico. They really wanted to collect taxes from us, so we had to file a legal action, to avoid payment of taxes. Another restriction or constraint is human capacity. There are limited technical and administrative skills, and there are limitations in terms of investment. So that is what I wanted to share with you. It was very fast, but if you have any questions, we can address them later.
Well, you're going to see me even in your soup today. I am not an expert in terms of connectivity, but I'm so happy to be able to talk to you about a project. I'm going to talk, but I will tell you about the collaborative efforts by Facebook to support this mission to enhance connectivity. Why does a company like Facebook wants to support this in order to grow up? A cynical person might say it could be, but the fact is that when you hear about all these gaps, all of us have a responsibility to close them, and at the same time we are contributing to closing the gap of knowledge. How do you feel safe? How you protect your data? Facebook takes a holistic approach here. All of the projects that we have in terms of connectivity have 3 objectives. Availability, this is increased internet coverage to amplify this, to expand. Second, relevance, this is to increase the demand of contents on the internet. And we established for this purpose alliances with local producers of contents to continue fostering demand, because Not all contents on the internet are translated into all languages, etc. And the last pillar is accessibility. If we can contribute with technology to operators, to governments, and to different partners and allies, we will have the possibility of lowering the costs for consumers. Where's what's the innovation here? First, in business models and in regulatory approaches. One focus we have in connectivity is expanding rural connectivity. These areas are hard to access to. Several investment and regulation models towards this end, but it is fair that we explore more possibilities to repeat and to achieve this. There are 4 points that we have to comply with to this. The first one, it has to be profitable, it has to be accessible, that users and people involved can invest. Then you need another element, you need a committed community. As Carlos said, it's important that the community members have the abilities, and also we need a flexibility in regulation. I think that in Latin America we have so many models, as well as in the world. We have to find then one model that is focused on the solutions, not only on the procedures. And the idea is to build business models bottom up or top down or share that are innovative and effective. Facebook here wants to answer to this. How do we make significant investments? We are not selling any technology or anything like that. We want to cooperate. So very briefly, before talking about Internet for Everyone, let me mention this very clear. Let me mention some initiatives. As we have the Hubs initiative for high altitude platforms, to use this segment in the spectrum, for example, the use of drones and other projects that actually deal with the regulatory measures. We have express Wi-Fi that expands the connectivity, or this other technology that we use, Magma, that reduces. It's open source software that give operators an ability to expand their operations. In the case of Peru, the need in Peru was very simple. We wanted to share remotely located locations and facilitate their connectedness. All shareholders or stakeholders, excuse me, have a stake and interest, such as government, investors, and we are working with IDB and CAF to support new business models. In Peru, they have a mobile operator for rural infrastructure, and this is based on a law. 383 is the law that creates new measures to establish competition in public services, and this regulation tool allows you to create more efficient technology, and it creates a wholesale retail vendor in the rural areas. I have 2 minutes, so I will hurry up. How does this operator, how it works? The idea is to operate social interest activities. These mobile operators are forced to use the infrastructure of OIMR in rural areas, and OIMR has the obligation to use the spectrum. The operation has to be high in quality, and this allows you to reduce costs because OIRM is outside of the cost structure of a normal operator, and the team that you are working and the equipment, sorry, are optimized. Therefore, we are not overlapping the technologies, but you're using exactly what you need to use to serve the specific populations living in a given area. As I said, this was meant between the Facebook, IDB-CAF, and the telephone company. Facebook provided Magma, which is a software, an open software. It's an open code source that allows you to expand connectivity of a tower, and the telephone company provided the towers, and this allows to give community members equipment to use the service. We have seen that the idea of OIMR has been crucial, although it is not the only regulatory framework to be used. I think that each country will have to use or will have to replicate and adapt this basis, this legal basis for everyone. This is based on finding solutions and to actually cater to the needs of real needs of the population. And as you mentioned, the use of, you have this problem that more people have to use it, and of course we have to identify the area of that does not require license. There has been scarcity in the market, and this is leading us to develop technologies that are making a better use of spectrum. I think I'm going to stop here. I am sure moment. Thank you, Maria Cristina and Carla. I think that you have prompted many ideas, and I think we can identify common needs, such as those that have to do with the regulation of the spectrum, regardless of the motivation, the approach to be used. And your presentations have helped us identify enablers that propel the taking off of these strategies. We are going to have a second stage in this presentation, and now we are going to ask other members of this audience to share your reactions on the basis of your institutions, your realm of work, to talk about new business models, connectivity, etc. So I want to invite Natalia Quevedo, who comes from Colombia, Andres Sastre from the Inter-American Consortium of Telecommunication Companies, Eduardo Tume, ISOC Honduras for the Sustainable Network, and Julian Casas Buenas, who comes from we are going to start with Natalia. Natalia is part of the Regulatory Commission for Communications in Colombia. Natalia is a telecommunication engineer. She graduated from the Santo Tomas University, and she has a lot of experience in government, internet regulation, social media, and other fields. From your perspective in the commission you work at in our friends Carla and Maria Cristina, do you consider that the predominant models are still valid to connect those not connected? And in case we need to envision changes, what are the changes that you identify as necessary to enable more connectivity and for the expansion of connectivity. From the perspective of the regulator, what's your perspective? Good morning. Are very good. Something that they have is in common is the regulatory support, and they are in public policy. You have to have this marriage. You need public policy and regulation to foster these two types of models. The current models for regulation can be a bit rigid in terms of facilitating these initiatives. For example, it can be very costly for a community to have access to one segment of the spectrum. Another topic is related to the issue of how to equip the users with knowledge about their rights, reports they can place, taxation, and for taxes for the services rendered, etc. Therefore, we need to see, for example, a regulatory sandbox approach where operators, community operators, can take the regulators and submit their proposals to be studied. The can, for example, establish certain or give certain points in the bandwidth, and they could provide special considerations different from those given to commercial activities to finally determine if the regulation is required or not, or if there is a need for a new regulation. In our countries we have a very strict regulation, and it is very rigid and strong for this type of models. Therefore, it is important for these initiatives to present options for co-regulation. The regulator cannot be up above. We have to co-regulate among all stakeholders to benefit the community as a whole. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for using the exact time you had allotted for your presentation. Andres is part of a team from the Inter-American group of telecommunication companies. He's in charge of the Southern Cone and in terms of the policy of the association. And what sustainable models can we envision to cover and reach the rural areas, and how can we promote agreements that are beneficial for both the companies and the small operators, as they are stakeholders that have a say in the ecosystem? Thank you, Valeria. Before to answer to your questions, I always want to give some context on where we are. Fernando Rojas from ICLAC in the morning showed us some slides that showed the difference, what happens in certain region, what's the difference between the ideas promoted by LACIGF and other institutions. These gaps that Fernando mentioned for the year 2025 require perhaps $160 billion in the upcoming 6 years. It's very complicated, and perhaps this is requiring that we be as innovative as possible. If we analyze how we have been developing connectivity, for example, we can say we can be happy that 60% of most Latin American cities are connected. This is also something that happens hand in hand with lowering of the prices, but this expansion policy that was very useful, for example, to have full connectivity in many areas, or that provides more access to many communities, at the same time is creating that people in rural areas find it almost impossible to get connected. This is a contradiction, a paradox, because the investment done has depleted sources, and it's almost impossible to think of significant investment for the rural areas. So the challenge is this: how do we do it? Perhaps we have to change that. I would like to mention that we have to think of different regulations to be applicable in the rural areas. We cannot implement the same quality regulations for someone in the rural area where a tower falls down, for example. If you were to happen, if strict regulation is applied to for connection in rural areas, it's almost impossible to convince operators to invest there. In the case of Internet for All, was possible because there was a legal framework that enabled the operation of this kind of initiative, and it worked in one area. But if I want to take that to replicate it in a different country, this is almost impossible because it is a different situation. Another thing I want to mention is that part of the achievement was that stakeholders that in the past didn't talk to each other, now they do it, and they create a favorable investment climate. But this is not happening everywhere. If income in Latin America, what do we do with this need to invest $160 billion? We have to review universal access policies. Sometimes in some countries those funds have been used to support public bandwidth, which was not the original idea. When you commented spectrum here, this is a different thing. In Latin America, we have 30% of the recommended spectrum available. In Latin America, the spectrum has been used as good to favor fiscal accounts, and we have to stop doing that. How can we favor community networks? Perhaps in some cases they are just a complement to things that are already happening. Once we do this, we will be able to expand connectivity to other communities in the short or medium term. The question is, how can we use this bandwidth available to achieve this? It's important dialogue. We are not competitors. We have the same objectives. It's important we continue to talk about this in the region. And as I said, and Carla said, there's also a problem. They are more affected, of course, by a fiscal component in Peru. There is a law that actually was implemented to promote this, that prioritized access for certain areas. This is an example that should be taken into account in other countries of the region. Now we're going to give the floor to our friend coming from Honduras, a representative from ISOC Honduras, and Eduardo, we're with you. From the perspective of a technical community, we want to ask about the institutional framework. We understand that you need a very strong institutional framework with factors that are enabling and contributing, including regulation, technical progress, in order to understand the overlapping of gaps that feed into each other and making this a lot more complex. In this regard, what do you think this is the institutional framework that we should have in order to close those gaps?
As mentioned by my colleagues, important aspects in this, especially democratization of the spectrum. That is a very essential element. This has to be democratized democratized to a maximum. But we have some examples like in Mexico, where the regulator has provided certain bandwidths for social use. That's very important, and that's why you have so many community networks in Mexico taking advantage of this. As mentioned by Maria Cristina, we also have if there is no viable market for those companies or to access those markets, then well, nothing will happen. You cannot impose that burden on them unless you give it incentives. And something else which I consider to be important is, well, we have an experience with a community network in an indigenous territory, and well, the legal framework has to take that into account. It's not only about the spectrum and economic elements, but it's also about the local culture of people. So what will happen once they have connectivity? What will happen from the perspective of their local culture? How will they understand use of this technology, etc.? So that's also an element to understand. So it must be assured, in short, that the access to technology does not break their local culture, for example. So this means that this is a very delicate matter, that you really have to address this adequately with policies, so that the access to technology would be truly for the benefit of the community, and that it has to be aligned to the local customs and habits. So this means that you need to have a specific regulatory framework to work in that sort of communities. Because in the rural area, we know that well, things are different and the use will be different. So in these cases, we have seen that many community radio stations and many community networks have problems with that. And they also have problems with the spectrum, and sometimes there's an illegal use as well. Thank you very much, Eduardo. One of the aspects that have been identified as being central to enable the existence of these new possibilities is the collaboration between governments and civil society organizations or the communities themselves. The example from Mexico, from Argentina, the example from Colombia. And well, I would like to invite Julián Casasbuenas, who is the Executive Director of Colnodo in Colombia, which is a member of the advisory group of the multi-stakeholder consultative of the Global Forum. And I would like to ask you about the importance of this collaboration between public stakeholders and civil society organizations and the communities to produce possibilities of developing new possibilities, you know, to reach the unconnected areas. And also one of the aspects which is important in this sense, to be able to make use of or is a very important issue. So could you tell me a little bit more about the experience in these elements in Colombia? How have you been dealing with this matter of quality of connectivity as well? Thank you very much, Valeria. Well, I would like to tell you a little bit about the experience of Colnodo as a civil society organization in the implementation of these initiatives of community networks. We in the Spectrum Congress in 2016 in Colombia, we had an opportunity to know firsthand experiences developed by Resomatica in Mexico and shared by Carla in her presentation. And well, we were very much interested in replicating that model in Colombia. That is to say, to implement a network of mobile telephony operated by the communities with the purpose of bringing connectivity to the unconnected in an environment in which the communities, the rural communities in Colombia have have a limited connectivity or are underconnected. In this regard, we started working on community networks in partnership with Internet Society and APC initially, within the framework of this Congress that we had in Bogota in 2016. And it is important to define what community net process of the ICT law in Colombia that has just been enacted. Well, there was a very strong campaign by civil society so that community networks would be implicitly included in that legal framework. And community networks are defined by Internet Society to telecommunications infrastructure implemented and operated by a local group to satisfy their own needs. People working in a collective manner, combining their resources, joining their efforts, and gathering to lower the gap in terms of connectivity. So with this definition, we started working on the inclusion of this type of definitions, and we also started to work with representatives of the grassroots organizations in many spaces in which the community did not have a voice. So in this sense, for example, we encouraged the participation of communities through an Internet Governance Forum last year. In that forum, one representative of the community of Buenos Aires, Cauca in Colombia, had a chance to and also to share activity. So in this experience, replicating the Mexican model, we saw that we did not have access to the spectrum for this sort of initiatives, as mentioned. So we started working with the National Spectrum Agency, with the Ministry of Telecommunications, to find mechanisms that would allow us to have access to the spectrum. So these experiences seek to bring connectivity without competing with the private operators. And while that community, Buenos Aires, Cauca, they really tried to speak with the different operators in Colombia so that they would extend coverage. But in this case, they were unsuccessful during 2-3 years. The fact that you can implement a network like in Colombia means that the communities would have direct access and fast access to communication mechanisms, which would in turn allow them to start using their phones, which they only use in the cities. So this is a model which we think is adequate for the Colombian setting as well. They combine several technologies like mesh networks, the white spaces, TV white spaces, and then also GSM technology. So after 2 years of having talks and negotiations with the ministry, explaining the model, participating in the Internet Governance Forum, we were able to sign a cooperation agreement. In that agreement, the ministry and Colnodo have a pilot project to determine the technical, legal, economic, and social viability of implementation and operation of a telecommunications network that is rural and social community based. So in this case, the spectrum is not a concession, not a license, but use of the spectrum is through the ministry to evaluate this project, to identify the difficulties and to see how we could make progress in this, so through this pilot project. It is important, it is important also to ensure visibility of the fact that although the agreement has been signed by Colnodo as a civil society organization and the ministry, this is a collective effort of many organizations with which we have been working, like Internet Society, AICA, and the project linked to Facebook, with the Open Cellular project, Frederick Delling, then Then the LACNIC project that contributes with the implementation of another model of a community network in Colombia through the FRIDA Fund. Also the University of Cauca. Then Urban Initiative, Open Technology Foundation, the University of Cundinamarca, La Distrital, the corporations, the Charisma Foundation, then the Colombia ISOC chapter. All of them have been collaborating with us on this effort in this process. And I think that like this, we can really move forward and we can have the possibility to interact with government entities from civil society to achieve this purpose, always strengthening the communities. Now, in terms of quality, well, quality is an enormous challenge because in the case of Buenos Aires, Cauca, the access to electrical power is a challenge. For example, you know, there's no constant access to electricity. Also, the implementation of solar panels is a challenge. So that's a critical element to implement this. And so we're also evaluating the possibility of being connected to the optical fiber network in Colombia. And we're also trying to analyze the access to optical fiber. Access to optical fiber is very expensive. It's very difficult for the isolated communities to have access. So that's a major challenge. But so our major challenge is to really have a broadband access and to have a good quality access to the internet. Thank you, Julian, and to the members of the panel. I would like to open the space for reactions and comments from the audience. Do you have any questions? Do you have any comments for Carla, Maria Cristina, and the other members of the panel? So I'm opening the microphone and I'm inviting you to interact with the panelists. Good morning. I'm from Brazil. I'm here with the scholarship program of Youth IGF. Maybe it's not really a question, but rather a comment. Something that, well, I have worked for 7 years with internet governance. And so my question is how we can support community networks. Well, because technology is evolving constantly, and the providers must evolve together with the technologies. So in Brazil, what is happening a lot is that there is a change of technology. So the providers adopt a new technology, now they use fiber. And then what happens? Well, in the case of my provider, for example, this was, you know, like wasted. So maybe this is something in which we can intervene, you know, between the providers and the community networks, so that if the providers change technologies, they could still use the previous technologies with the community networks. Maybe this could help us lower the costs. So, and then like the older, more outdated technologies would no longer go to the garbage, but could be used in those community networks. So I think that this could be a business opportunity that has not yet been explored. And then, Carla, I would really like to talk with you after this panel, because we are trying to work with the kind of initiative in which you have experience in Mexico. So after the panel, I will speak with you about this. My name is Diego. Good afternoon. My name is Diego. I will speak Portuguese. I'm from Brazil. In Brazil, like in other countries, mobile access is increasing much more than fixed access. Mobile access is the door of entry for thousands of internet users. With all the business models, well, we have many different business models. The fixed model is based on the speed of the connection, and the mobile access model is based on access. What we are seeing in Brazil, and I imagine it's the same situation in other countries of the region, is that we are creating second-rank users. which only have access to the mobile use, which is quite different to the fixed access. So we are creating this second category of users. So I would like to ask you, especially Andres, I would like to ask you whether the fact that the radio stations are more and more connected through fiber, whether this will allow us to have a business model that will be different in mobile telephony, which is similar to what we have in fixed telephony, especially in the biggest population towns. And for Maria Cristina, I would like to ask you whether you don't see a contradiction between defending the open and free internet as an economic group, and while you are like an engine of a model in which the users only have access to the applications of the Facebook group, which is what is happening in Brazil and in other countries of Latin America. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Fabiola Lefebvre from Brazil. I would like to mention something that is happening in Brazil, especially regarding the implementation costs of fiber by small and medium-sized providers, and also regarding the financing given by the Social Development Bank in Brazil, which has been responsible in the 4 last years for significant growth of the investments in fiber and in the implementation of optical fiber by the small and medium-sized operators. And this is also in collaboration with our communications company, and they are now ranking second in terms of the provision of broadband services. So they help ensure access to the remote small communities, because the large companies do not have access to those remote communities. So my question is, are there any public policies in your countries aimed at reducing the costs and the regulatory burden for the small and medium that really reach out to the remote areas, because those small and medium-sized companies have greater possibilities to reach out to the areas without coverage? And Maria Cristina, in those agreements that you mentioned with Internet.org, is there some sort of limit for the operators of the connections to offer other applications as part of the system or not? Or can they offer other applications? Basically, what are the parameters, the contractual parameters between Internet.org and the operators? And what are the impacts that you may have on the rights of the consumer, especially the right of the consumer to be able to select applications and providers? Okay, maybe let's first answer these questions and then we continue. Andres, would you like to say something regarding collaboration? Well, I don't really have a lot of details about that, but obviously this is an idea that is very valuable. And well, of course, we have to be as innovating as possible in this to comply with the commitment of reaching the unconnected. And of course, you know, like what you said about using like more outdated equipment to reach out to remote areas, that's an interesting idea. Regarding the radio basis, well, I'm not an engineer, so I don't really know. So, but I hear that in the coming years, especially when we start implementing 4G, when we reach 5G, of course, that will require a higher level of quality and a higher level of combination between antennas and optical fiber. Of course, this will increase the costs for the telecommunications companies, but on the other hand, this will also offer greater possibilities to massify access and to really reach more households with fiber, and on the other hand, this will also improve the possibilities of these models with fiber to be really more accessible on the one hand, and to reach larger quantities of users on the other hand. Maybe not at the desired speed, but at least to gradually improve this.
And also regarding the business models for fiber networks. Yeah, thank you, Flavia, and for to the other question. Let's separate, just to clarify, the project Internet for All is the end company, the OIMR from Peru. That's the name of the company. This doesn't have to do anything with other types of connectivity projects we have been doing in the past, as Internet.org or Free Basics, that are all those agreements that we have with operators that we have around the world that probably most of you use. This is an agreement with operators to get access as to Facebook or WhatsApp or other social networks. For the network, no, those are not exclusive operators agreements. Excuse me. To be, the operator has all the flexibility to go to any application or that they may wish. In fact, this is an model in evolution, because many people decide to use Facebook, and this is why it's good for them to use Instagram or WhatsApp. But people evolve, as so. If just for your knowledge, it is even less attractive for operators, but this is an evolving thing. The contracts are not exclusive. In fact, there are some non-exclusive clauses or non-exclusivity. Now, seal rating, regarding the question regarding seal rating and open and not open options, we weigh, and we have been discussing this for a long time. We are doing this to give lowering the cost of connectivity and the type of content you have access to, and this is a contribution. The seal rating I want to mention that these programs are made to contribute from our turf, from our field, to this. This does not imply only our application or platform. In fact, this is against us. There's a lot of engagement. It's important to see what happens between the platforms. I have been enabled us to operators and a faster manner. When you're using your data, you use your data, your megabytes that you have, saving those as much as you can. And when we're talking about expansion, we're talking about the expanding the ability to expand the quality of your content. So I think that this is going to continue to be controversial, but for us it's important, and perhaps for the operators this is also important to offer this type of opportunities. Carla, Natalia, Eduardo, Julian, if you want to answer to this regarding public policies or liberalization of funds or policies to lower the costs. Very fast. I hope I'll be fast. We in the studies that I mentioned, I showed you a slide, the second one, on the challenges and solutions for public policy. I mentioned some cases for different countries. I just wanted to emphasize this because you mentioned access to fiber. How is it possible to have access to optical fiber? Something that has to be developed is on the part of the government is to increase the transparency regarding where the fiber is, because we don't even know where it is located. We know it is installed in the country, but we don't know where it is located physically and how we can have access to it. Something that we are doing now as part of the project is to try to open this information so that civil society organizations or companies can get to know where the fiber is installed. In Africa, there are some projects. There are some clear maps for certain many parts there, and this is something that we are doing as part of a project now. Second, in terms of the funding and resources, also in the part of regulation in many countries in Latin America, you have universal funds. If you are a social operator, community-based operator, theoretically you could get access to funds from the universal access funds. Altermundi, for example, is doing that in Argentina. They don't have a lot of work done, but they don't have access to this universal access fund. In some countries there are. In the US, for example, people or organizations can get to use these funds. In Canada, they have community networks have specific funds dedicated to them. So we have to envision different regulations already in place, and we have to follow some that are working. Okay, the one I want to mention now is Barn is initiative Barn. This is broadband for the rural area. They are in the UK and in Great Britain. They are making their own fiber. They install their own fiber. You as a system, as a citizen, can actually invest so that your community buys fiber. This is of course out of the realm of our possibilities in Latin America. I don't know where or when this will be possible here, but at least you have an example of communities trying to get access on their own. Okay, very briefly, talking about the barriers to the implementation of infrastructure that we have in that actually prevent small operators from doing what they have to do, and these occur in our areas because of the action of municipalities. There are so many telecommunication networks that are regulated by the municipalities. We need to have flexible and clear rules on how to manage this infrastructure. This may help operators, actually community operators. To complement what Natalie said and what Carlos said, we had a chance to participate in an international workshop of regulation last week or 2 weeks ago, and we heard about other ideas such as assigning smaller bandwidths and approve exemptions of licenses for spectrum so that it can be used where it is not being used, and also promote non-profits and also investing in more technologies and community networks, and enhancing Wi-Fi broadband. Good afternoon, Valeria, and to the panel. Just have a couple of comments before I ask a question. Even though we have made a lot of progress in community-based networks, ISOC is being promoted in this. We also know that this is an effort that will be very costly, and it's going to take a lot of time to do this, to connect those non-connected now. So therefore, we hope that the private sector will give the final definitive boost to reach out to these sectors. I agree with Andres. Many expectations that the private sector has in terms of what they expect from the government. They want to hear that there are some incentives created by the regulation. Another thing that is that we should recognize, and this goes hand in hand with what Maria Cristina said. For example, this the internet open and free, and on the other hand you have apps and applications. The thing is that the manner in which we use these services, for example, you have you as a consumer, you acquire some packages for internet navigation, for example. What hackers are making these type of differences. As users, as end users, we have to regulate ourselves to get access to certain contents. I mean, we have to self-regulate ourselves. Of course, if access were absolutely free, in terms sometimes of speed, for example. This is what's happening in some countries in Europe and in some regions in the US as a result of the operation of the operators. So for Andres, the question is like this: we cannot compare Europe and the US with our. I imagine that there are some creative elements that have prompted changes in those first world countries, and maybe we could use, for example, in Bolivia, we still pay by the minute. I mean, telephone calls by the minute, and of course in other countries, actually, this is unlimited. You pay by the call. How? What models of business models have been successful and that we could or should more or less consider for our own implementation to convince the governments to have this in our region, especially what do you think about a differentiated fees for the countryside, maybe, or flat rates for everyone? What are your suggestions about this? Good morning. Thank you for your presentation that were very good. My name is Javier Gorostiaga. I work at the Vice Ministry of Communications of Bolivia, but at the same time I am a volunteer supporting community networks in Bolivia. What we are doing in Bolivia is that we have the national programs for inclusion of rural areas. This is like a universal fund, as it happens, you have in other countries. The idea is that to reach populations or towns that have more than 50,000 residents, and we have over 7,000 communities like this. In Bolivia, we have different geographic floors. We have the high plateau, the middlelands, and the lowlands. And in order to connect a community, you have to install sometimes a line that has to cross mountains, etc. Another thing that we have 340 municipalities in Bolivia. We are trying to connect them with fiber, but of course we are making an effort to reach towns with higher levels of population. However, this is some criticism here. Our progress is slow because of geographical reasons, but also in terms of skill that we are lack. We are still weak in these areas. But now, here's my question as a volunteer, especially, and this is for Maria Cristina. We would like to know more about the business models that community-based networks have, because sustainability is an issue. You start a very nice project, you have a network, and then it fails. So we would like to know about your experience about how to start sustainable models and in terms of skills. And this other question for the members of the panel is, I would like to know, what do you think about 5G? I think this is going to create a jump, and this may facilitate connections in the rural areas. I ask you, please, to ask a very specific questions. This is not the panel for 5G. Perhaps we will have another one for this, but perhaps we can have some conversation afterwards to cater to those needs. Thank you very much for the panel, which is very rich, and this is an enriching discussion in Bolivia. From what I know in Bolivia, there are two projects in Bolivia, one in Cochabamba and one in the other network here that are working on mesh networks, and they are working on community-based networks. I think those people are engineering. It goes beyond infrastructure or business model. Of course, everything is important, but we must not forget that we have to find solutions so that we can prevent the collapse or the permanent failure for those networks. One thing is to start them. What are the funds? So the question is, what are the funding models to make them sustainable? And I think this is real in any technological implementation project. So I would like to address this question to the technical staff here. Eduardo just says this is a serious problem with inequalities. For example, the discrimination of indigenous people. But the question is what can I do to ensure that mesh-based network is used positively in a given community, and to avoid falling prey to multinationals that are profiting on things that are really negative, that are violating human rights, etc. So my question is, do you know of forms to fund the use, not only the installation, and to support data sovereignty? Good morning. Brothers and sisters from Latin America, in a very concrete manner. The issue of connecting those unconnected, we have several challenges. There are so many populations that don't have access to internet. It would be very interesting, and I'd like to know your opinion on how to work directly with those isolated populations, to really focus on them, so that we can prompt them to participate in their own community-based networks, to use their potentialities, so they can open up to the world. Good afternoon. I am Sergio Campuzano. I represent an operator, UNCP Bolivia, and precisely on the basis of the comments, I would like to tell you that we have an experience as an operator of internet services plus the state to provide telecenters or internet centers or hubs in remote areas. And unfortunately, it was an absolute failure. There was a total failure because there was a huge educational gap in rural areas, and also the activity of labor unions or political interest. I know we don't have a lot of time, but if you want, I can privately tell you about this experience that unfortunately was not successful. Thank you. If I can hear your closing comments, you have 30 seconds each. I want to answer to Roberto. Obviously, comparisons are not nice, but some public policies is this support to and protection of investments in fiber. When combining technology is important. In Spain, how did we make programs? First, AMTH was promoted, and Spain has become a leader in fiber in Europe because of this. Then expanding the retailer operation. Sometimes you have regulations that limit supply and demand, and we should be flexible enough. I am not going to value or give a value to these certain public models or business models, but sometimes we have to be creative. Okay, 10 seconds for 5G. It is not the topic, but I think it is fundamental that we should not think of 5G as a solution for connectivity. This is just an evolution of current networks. This is not the universal solution to connectivity. Thank you. Thank you, Andres. 30 seconds. I am sorry that about my participation. I would like to talk about collaboration and the spirit of collaboration. Eduardo and Andres mentioned this, and everybody said this. Flexibility of thinking in looking for solutions in terms of regulation or business models or ways to be spearheading efforts to connect communities. I think this is going to be the result of all the collaboration we have here. We should not put labels and create categories to isolate people. We should work together to find global solutions. But of course, each community will have their own decision. Communities have to be informed adequately. For example, we are lacking some here. This is not included, but we should include people working on content and things like that. And these are important without labeling anyone, because the name of the game here is collaboration. If there is no collaboration, we won't be able to solve this gap. Very quickly, since you have community-based networks, in terms of business models, you have lots of variety. For example, in Mexico, the indigenous strong in some areas, so the business model there is based in their community life. In Africa, many business models are like social industries. They are very, or social enterprises. They are very innovative. So we have to envision your sustainability program. You need to work with workshops and ideas and exchange of ideas. It was mentioned that how you ensure you have good quality and good contents. What we do is that we start with this question: why do we need? What's the purpose for internet? Many indigenous communities see this from their worldview, and why do we want internet? And they answer to that from their indigenous worldview. The Masaguas, how do we Masaguas understand and envision internet, and what's the purpose we have for that? And lastly, thank you for everything. If you have any doubt or extra topics to discuss with me, please approach me and we can continue talking. As I mentioned at the beginning, on the importance of public policy, the success of these networks, of these new models, is based on public policy, and we need to know the proposals from the community. There's a saying that says that if the person hears the little bell in the cashier's desk, this calls her or his attention. If they see the benefit, of course, the communities have to take care of their contents. There are communities that are not organized, that are not working together, so it's a lot easier for other contents, foreign or extraneous contents to be inserted there. And in terms of 5G, it is first important to complete the network for 4G, and perhaps we might need to implement a 4.5G. We have to finish this instead of thinking of 5G. We have still a gap in 4G. We should learn how to use 4.5G to be prepared for the new wave, because this is not only 5G. This is a mixture of so many technologies to connect those who are not connected. In terms of business models, I agree with Carla. It depends on the community mainly, and the type of community, of course. Something that we can highlight is that community networks beyond in the infrastructure we have to highlight, and this can be used as the basis of a business model. In our case, in the community network that we have implemented, we installed a center with computers near a school, and what we did was to activate community activities so that the community can participate. These people, for example, don't have television sets. They don't have, because they don't have electricity. So now they purchased a projector, and now they can see a movie or a soccer match together as a community. They use the generators to recharge their cell phones. So those are little things that you can do. Thank you again for inviting me to be a part of this panel. Thank you. From the experience that we have in Colombia, there is no one model you could call standard for the implementation of a network. We have two experiences that are totally different in terms of sustainability. What we see from our experience is that it's the communities that have to initiate the process. We don't come to a community promoting community networks. Instead, we create opportunities for this type of conversation so that the associations get acquainted with these models, and we start working with them to identify strategies that could work for their own communities. And the topic of working together to accompany, this is important to use the potential of Internet to promote the adequate use of Internet, to include the protection of children, to implement digital security measures to better use the technology. In the case of Buenos Aires Cauca, we had 27 workshops with people in which we trained 250 people, and a high percentage was women. We are really interested in reaching out to women's organizations so that they can be promoters of these efforts. I think that the political will from different sectors is basically telling us that there has to be a collaboration to find different alternatives and models and complementary strategies. With these words, we finish this. We want to thank the experts, and we want to thank you for your contribution to the debate. Please, if you could stand up, members of the panel, and this round of applause is for you. Thank you, Carla, Maria Cristina, Natalia, Eduardo, Julian, Andres. Thank you for participating with us. Thank you so much. Now, we
Round of applause. Let us also welcome Katitza Rodriguez, representative of civil society. Let us welcome her with a round of applause as well. With us, we also have the representative of the Ecuadorian government, Lorena Naranjo. An applause, please. Miguel Candia will have a double role because he will also be the moderator. Miguel, please. Together with these two professionals of the government and civil society sectors. I'm sure that they will share a lot of information with us regarding their experiences on this fundamental topic today. Today, the situation related to jurisdiction in the digital field a concept in which the international sphere is prevailing in all situations. Before handing over the floor to my colleagues, I will tell you a little bit about the intention behind the panel. We will have a first part, a brief part of presentations, and after the presentations, we will have a group work phase, because we want to hear from the communities about your expectations, about your needs. So we will and well, the group discussions will be headed by the three people sitting here. After the group work, we will end with some sort of general plenary debates So first I'm going to ask Lorena to share her presentation with us. She is the director of a unit within the Ecuadorian government, a unit that is responsible for public data in Ecuador. Please, Lorena. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the introduction and for inviting us to speak here in this panel. Since the topic of concern today is related to jurisdiction and competences, I think it's indispensable to define the starting criteria that will be part of the working groups later on. The most important thing is to define that at present, within the American constitutions, we have the category of fundamental rights or rights and freedoms. So that's beyond discussion, namely that there is a new category of human rights, namely the digital rights. That's beyond discussion. This has been recognized by Europe in its Charter of Digital Rights and also in the new Spanish rules that already include the first digital rights in the rank of laws. Within digital rights, we have to underscore the access digital right as a human right. Let me also highlight neutrality of the network, and let me also highlight the rights that were traditionally included in the constitutional charters environments. For example, all rights related to privacy, to voice, image, to honor, freedom of expression, which now have digital expressions as well. There are also new rights, like the right to online education or the right to digital connection. But of all these rights, there is one that is especially relevant right now, and it is also a right that we need to distinguish fully from the right to privacy, namely the right to personal data protection. Distinction in different parts of the world, because we see that there are still models of protection associated to privacy and what they do, those models, is that they ignore the fact of fundamental rights and that this right is part of the human dignity in digital environments. So within this framework, which is about identifying the fact that digital rights have conditions and elements that are sufficient to be distinguished from the other ones. Why? Well, because in a hyper-connected world, the damages produced to those rights also damages to people. It is no longer about a right that has been affected individually, but it is about a violation in the digital environment that may simultaneously affect other fundamental rights, both online and offline. For example, the right to personal data protection. If the data contained in a database are incorrect, for example, affects the right of personal data protection, but also the right to labor, for example, if those data are sensitive data that are linked to, for example, the condition of HIV, and that because of this a person is discriminated in the workplace. So in that way, that also may damage the right to employment. So we see how we have multiplying effects in terms of the damages caused by incorrect information. For example, how incorrect information has multiplying effects. There are also multiplying effects because the error in the databases sometimes depend on wrong structures, or sometimes we have architecture of databases or softwares that still have mistakes. So then the damage becomes evidence in one concrete case of a citizen, and for example, that a citizen can no longer have access to credit, but that damage then becomes multiplied. That citizen will be categorized in a mistaken manner in different spheres. And it may be that that person affected by the damage did not have the legal technical capacity to address this damage. So, and that's why it is truly important for us to recognize that these damages that are being produced are not individual damages, but are mass damages. And in this sense, the technical legal knowledge becomes extremely important, because this is not about a right that is easily understandable for the people who are removed from the technological reality. And so that is why we, the people with a legal or technological background, well, we have to be the ones safeguarding this type of information. Oh, I still have a couple of minutes. Oh, I have 1 minute left. So within this setting, it is important to talk about jurisdiction and competency, and it's important to distinguish, just like in other fundamental rights, you need ways for protection, mechanisms for protection. So the fundamental rights have mechanisms through the criminal procedures and through the civil channels, while the digital rights also have these mechanisms of protection, these channels of protection, or even specific administrative channels of protection to be applied in specific sectoral fields, for example, telecommunications or protection of data. And in each channel, or whether it is a transnational protection. Why? Because in local protection, it is indispensable using those channels to be able to information, but also the subjective rights. However, it is not sufficient to have that channel only. So it is indispensable also to have administrative channels. For example, a personal data protection agency that verifies not only concrete cases, but, for example, used individually is not being replicated massively in a database. And so this is something that is possible only through an agency that has the technical and human resources to do this. That's my comment for now. Unfortunately, we always have time constraints, but without doubt, your observations have been very useful. Now let me hand over the microphone to the next participant. Thank you. I don't feel very well, but I hope that you can hear me. The fundamental problem that we face online is that the internet does not have borders, but the countries and the jurisdictions the borderless nature of the internet that allows us to communicate with all and very fast, so that we can have, like, for example, trade transactions very fast, are affected can use the internet to mitigate that impact. On the other hand, we have the states that enforce the law, including the law related to human rights. And the borders will apply what law along its border. Obviously, each nation secretly, or not even secretly, consider that their legal system is the best of the world. And while all countries want their laws to be enforced, and sometimes the only way they have to enforce the laws is through application of that law beyond the related to the internet and related to jurisdiction, both for personal data protection, both regarding content, domain names, or with regard to transboundary access based on the access to transboundary data for criminal investigations. And that is why I will give you some examples from this area. And these examples are only to be clear, because this is a common issue which we all share. But, well, for the purpose of this panel, I will bring you some examples. First, when resolving contradictions regarding internet jurisdictions, one of the main difficulties is what we know when two nations to transboundary data access, then we see that, for example, the US has one regulation on access to the content of communications, which is based on probable cause, which is a very strong step. Whereas, for example, Canada, its standard regarding access to data is completely different. Their access standard to metadata is very low. If we look at the regulations of Canada for data access, well, their standard is very different. So, and if we analyze the regulations of Brazil, for example, well, there you need a judicial order, a court order to access metadata. That is to say that we have countries that have very strong standards and other countries that have very low standards. For example, Canada's standard is very high, whereas the US and Brazil have lower standards. It's a little bit like this old joke, you know? It's like heaven and hell. In heaven, you have Peruvian pisco and Chilean wine, and in hell, you have Chilean pisco and Peruvian wine, right? That's what they say. So these notions and these dynamics are what we see in the negotiations of the second additional protocol to the Convention of Budapest on transboundary data access. This is also part of the discussion regarding the proposal of digital evidence, which is a discussion in the European Union. And the US has recently issued a law called the Cloud Law, which will allow the US to enter into executive agreements with third parties that comply with certain standards regarding human rights to facilitate transboundary access to data within the framework of criminal investigations. Although this is with very limited judicial guarantees. We think that in these cases, that in order to have a harmonization upwards, we think that you need to have an express coding in which the standards of both countries are respected. And this would be helpful for the states to have a greater harmonization of their legal systems, and that would be on the basis of the highest standards in the absence of a rule a rule of double privacy. So basically that you have to respect the standards of both countries. Because if you do not have that, you might have like a low-level harmonization. A similar problem happens in the informal world of internet content, in the world of content moderation and social media. The social media have a strong incentive to respond to the requests for removing content from several countries. Of course, they do not want to do this within the framework of the local law, but they also have an incentive to be consistent within the company. That is why when in the US the FOSTA SESTA law was approved, well, some companies reactivated this content discussion, not only in the US but also in the rest of the world. Having said this, this happens when you try to apply best practices of data protection globally. So there are some contradictions in this. This is also an example of another problem that we see regarding internet and jurisdiction, namely the extraterritoriality. The European Union and even some countries like Brazil, they want their laws to be applied to the rest of the world. And so the internet is an excuse to do this. Let me give you an example. Claimed to the end in the whole world beyond the US. And that they want to have, and so it's not surprising that other countries reject this, because Brazil and Germany already had a campaign with the UN, and for the first time globally, privacy was declared to be a fundamental right in response to this, just like any other right recognized by international human rights standards. So maybe it is very sad that several countries want to have the same extraterritorial powers, and that's an issue. They want to have those extraterritorial powers only for themselves and not for others. In terms of contents, to now go to the topic of surveillance, we see a similar desire for the countries not only to control the content of their own jurisdictions, but they want to go beyond that. An example, the Data Protection Agency of France, for example, wants to have access to data in other countries, even personal content data. So they want to have access to other jurisdictions in this sense. But how can they impose this? How can the French Data Protection Agency impose this globally if, for example, we see that the Constitutional Tribunal of Colombia has denied the right to forgetting, for example. And there may even be cases of local laws that violate international standards. For example, in the European Union, they have declared unconstitutionality of the retention of data. But there are other countries where this... Sorry, I got lost. There are other countries where these standards are still in effect, even though the court has declared unconstitutionality. We also see this in Latin America. Some countries do not require a court order to access metadata. However, the court of the Inter-American system does require this. So my question here is, how should the internet companies comply with local legislation when it is about a violation of their commitment as companies to respect, protect and remedy human rights by virtue of the international human rights standards? What is the contradiction between local and international legislation in this sense? The global initiative was founded, for example, to try and determine what the companies have to do when they encounter themselves in the situation when the local legislation is contrary to international international standards. Unfortunately, today we see very few applications and companies that are trying to comply with the global laws. Rather, what we're seeing is that there is a very strong pressure from the companies to comply with local standards, even though they violate international human rights standards. So, resuming my joke of that we are in hell with the individual countries. So individual countries are trying to export their poor practices to the rest of the world. When two countries, and we see that two countries, when they negotiate, they end up adopting the lowest standard and not the highest standard. So maybe we need to target, to focus on a better heaven, but at least leaving hell, so that we can have an extraterritorial enforcement of right, especially when this concerns our personal data, so that we could have more trial and balance approaches to ensure respect for guarantees. And where local laws, if the local law is a best practice, then that local law can be exported to the rest of the world, but not otherwise, so that we can minimize violations of personal data. We have a legal system, a unique legal system, namely the Inter-American Human Rights System and the case law related to this. We need to focus on ensuring that our local standards are in accordance with those inter-American standards.
That was well deserved. Thank you for this presentation. I have to confess something. It was a lot easier for me now to speak after listening to these two ladies, because I'm going to repeat a little bit about what they said, taking advantage of the fact that the current situation has been very well explained by these two colleagues. Let me then tell you about the of what may happen in the future. It is clear that the situation we have, and there is a clear need for an evolution of the form in which we enforce the law, considering the universality of Internet, public interest entities and that are in charge of regulation, and the international community have some agreements regarding what could be a supranational right. What we have now is that this dialogue is generating dialogue to look for a unified solution. Here we have a difference with the international private law that governs relationships between two actors in the private sphere, and each one of the actions of the operations or the dealings or deals that we have in our lives are susceptible to be an object here in this realm. In the digital world, you can have relations between two or even more than two people, and you have a transit of information. And even if you're talking about people in the same country, and when you consider that you have satellites too, this is a lot more complex. And this is how Internet operates. We have significant pillars that were mentioned already: data, contents, domain URLs, and jurisdictions. How do we make judges understand what jurisdiction they have when they are dealing with a case, when you have a violation of a human right or a commercial right in one country, when the person that commits the crime or the violation is not subject to your jurisdiction? These questions need to be addressed through the normal legislation and these different capacities for administering justice in the countries. Maybe the action of specialized institutions, and the solution can come only through collaboration. One of the mechanisms that is using that can work well is international mitigate the absence of supranational legislation. It could be that the legislation system in a country cannot be applied to a different country. For example, when you have the European legal standard, and when you have that's used in other nations, and whereas Europe deals with the application of current legislation, this is complex if you compare to the common law. In terms of the internet, what happens when a national government applies a fine on Google or Facebook or any other platform presence in your country, but it does operate in your country through internet? What's the responsibility of a company or a technical person or a government when you are dealing with artificial intelligence, for example? And this shows us that we need more technical workers, not more professional, but more automated workers. When and this creates another situation when robots are used for certain areas or works, and will they be subject to certain legislation? That's another question we have to think of, and how this all affects the human worker and the relations between the different actors. Now let's talk about the economy. Perhaps this is going to lead to the elimination or creation of jobs in different sectors. Perspective, but also we have deep internet and freedom of expression that actually circumvent certain protection measures, violating the anonymity that certain now this is the end for this part. I am looking at Ale because I want to ask her. We are going to establish 3 groups, right? Thinking of the number of people we have here, let's try to make 3 different sectors, different areas of this room. We'd like to have the same amount of people in each group, because out of these 4 questions that are the guidelines for this discussion, I would like to prompt the discussion of these 4 points in each group. Please, let's form 3 groups, one in the center, one on one extreme, the other one on the other side of the room. Thank you to our presenters for your great presentations this afternoon.
And this is drop by drop. Drop by drop. Advocacy is drop by drop. And to do this, we need to become stronger. And the mediators need to be efficient and effective. Thank you. Thank you very much for that contribution. Unfortunately, we only have another 10 minutes left for this conversation. So in those 10 minutes, we still have a presentation of Guilherme. So let's continue with your presentation, and after that, we can continue with the Q&A session. So Guilherme, please. I have a presentation. I don't know if it's ready. Well, I represent the Youth IGF. My name is Guilherme Arroz. I'm a journalist. I'm from Brazil. I'm specialized in society and technology. Well, we have one project with the Youth Observatory, and it's Youth Internet Society also, and we have a couple of pillars in the initiative, like a couple of central ideas to organize events. And well, the first pillar is related to the exchange of experiences. So we want to be a space for young people who want to be part of IGF to exchange ideas, to do networking, and also to create opportunities for those young people together with the Latin American Internet Governance Society. Then we also want to have an in-depth discussion on the topics that are relevant topics right now. It's also a welcoming space to involve young people. Then we also want to be a space of inclusion, not based on panels, but we want to have like workshops, focal groups, etc. Then we also have a code of conduct, so all people participating in the youth forums must feel safe. They must feel confident that they can speak up. And then we also have a program of scholarships. That's an important part of the initiative. So we have an open call within the scholarships for Latin America so that all young people could participate in LACIGF and Youth IGF. So we have a transparent scholarship program that takes into account gender diversity, that takes into account different backgrounds of people, etc., of the young people. So, well, the first Youth IGF meeting took place in Costa Rica, then in Panama, and then in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Some of our challenges are things that have been mentioned already by civil society. For example, we have the challenge of financing. Financing is, well, although we receive support from companies and do not have a stable source of funding. For example, our scholarship program is dependent on whether we can get funding. So it's not a stable funding program. And for example, to get funding for certain activities is very difficult. Another point, another challenge for us is logistics, because we are a transnational initiative, so we work with young people who speak Spanish, English, or Portuguese, like myself, and so we have a logistical issue sometimes. So sometimes it's difficult for us to have meetings. Then we also and logistics to gather people, etc. That's also difficult. Or meals, snacks, etc. Another point is the volunteership. We are all volunteers, so sometimes we do not have enough time to work with the Youth IGF. So for us, that's also a thing, an issue. And the fourth challenge of Youth IGF is that it's difficult for us to involve low-income youth from the Caribbean and Latin America. So it's complicated to involve absolutely all youth. Now, in terms of impact, well, this year we have had the fourth version of the Youth LACIGF with many participants. We had more than 38 scholarship participants from 15 Latin American countries. So we had scholarship participants from Brazil, Colombia, Bolivia, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and Venezuela. So we try to create a network of young people in many countries so that they can network, so that they can build relationships with each other. Another point regarding the impact of our initiative, that's related to strengthening the internet governance community and related to creating opportunities for new voices in internet governance. Our organizing committee this year is made up of 5 people, me, Also Angelica Contreras from Mexico, Juliana Novaisca from Brazil, Pablo Jordan from Bolivia, and also Alison Dioles, who's from Brazil as well. That's the organizing committee. Our event took place yesterday here in the Military Engineering School. We had 50 participants in the event yesterday here in Bolivia. We had more than 10 different countries represented in the Youth Like IGF event yesterday. We had 6 sessions and also a workshop. And the main point on the agenda yesterday was a session to discuss the future of Internet governance. What do the young people think of the future of Internet governance? So it was a space with 8 discussion groups about different topics related to Internet governance. For example, digital inclusion, privacy, multi-territorial forums, etc. And all the young people had a chance to discuss the future they want and the future they do not want of the Internet. Because when we imagine the future of the Internet, well, we can start building the future from today. We can start building that future today. This is something that we always bear in mind in the discussions, so that the young people in the event could take that into account, so that they could share their opinions in other forums as well. That's very important for LACIGF youth. Well, here you can see a couple of pictures of the Youth LACIGF meeting yesterday. These are pictures of the discussions groups yesterday. This is the presentation by the scholarship participants. So we asked them to use pens and flip charts. And well, by way of conclusion of this about this initiative, I think that the central message of Youth Like IGF, the central message for the Internet governance community is that we are here. Young people are present. Young people are strong. They want to be part of social impact projects. We want to be part of other projects. We want to engage other young people. To do this, we need support. We need the involvement, and we also need trusts. Because sometimes, because we are young and because we are students, people think that we do not contribute quality to the debates. So we want to show that we do have quality inputs for debates. We can make valuable contributions to debates. And do not forget that the students today are the workers and professionals of tomorrow. So we really want you, the community as a whole, to support us as future workers in your organizations. That's it. Thank you very much. And maybe one point or one question for the debate is, what does the Internet governance community think about the role of youth in this community? Are we only considered to be scholarship beneficiaries, or do you think that we have a more important role in the Internet governance community? Thank you very much, Guilherme. Thank you to all of you. Unfortunately, we have reached the end of this session. We have heard about challenges, significant challenges related to resources, support, participation of governments, challenges related to the participation of excluded stakeholders. We have heard about rural populations, women, youth, and we have also heard that there are strategies in other parts of the region to build relationships with those stakeholders. For example, the example of Cuba, to organize workshops before the national event. And we have also heard about other strategies this afternoon. I want to thank all panel members for their presentations that were very valuable about the initiatives. And well, we have received a very good sample of different initiatives, and I also want to thank you for your attention. We have taken off 10 minutes of the break time, but well, now I hand over the floor back to Beatriz. Thank you. Let's thank them with a round of applause. Thank you very much for sharing your initiatives with us. Okay, and now we all have to stand up for the coffee break. Please be back in 20 minutes. I'm one of those people drinking a lot of coca tea. Well, this is a session about encryption, protecting encryption, etc., etc. We will start with a presentation by Natalia, who will talk about some technical aspects of technologies by way of introducing the other presentations of the other panel members. And well, this is a completely female panel, as you can see. So Natalia, let me invite you to give your presentation. Just a second, we're putting the presentation on the screen. Good afternoon. I was going to speak Spanish, but I have changed, so I speak Portuguese. Good afternoon. I'm Natalia. I'm representing the Brazil chapter of the Internet Society ISOC. I was given the tough task of explaining some technical concepts, fundamental technical concepts about encryption. So let me start with the why we use encryption today. I think that for all of us it's kind of obvious, right? So you can see some images here on this slide. Well, people initially think of the messaging applications as an example of point-to-point encryption, and there is a political discussion about the use of these applications. But while we today on the internet, well, the internet is very much based on several applications that are based on encryption. So when we are using HTTP to have access to websites, to secure websites, etc., and to have a safe, secure internet traffic, then that is based on encryption. Also, e-commerce applications, for example, are based on encryption. So encryption has several purposes. Next one, please. Now, let me talk a little bit more about the technical elements of encryption. I hope this is not too technical, and I hope that you can understand this. In fact, everything related to information security is largely based on encryption, or the principles of encryption. And well, basically, encryption means that you have like a secret writing. This is a very old area of study, and because people often confuse algorithms with encryption, which is different compared to algorithms per se. And well, so in a very simple manner, encryption is an algorithm that makes a transformation between a simple and clear text, which is readable for human beings. And so it transforms that simple text into something that is not obviously, or that is not clearly readable, so that is not automatically readable. So, and like that, you send it through a channel to the final destination. And so a clear message is to translate it into an encrypted message that is not legible, and that will be conveyed over the web like this. So in that way, people cannot know the content. And then on the other side, at the destination, you once again transform the encrypted message into a readable message. And so we can think that we can ask ourselves whether encryption is secure, Well, is encryption 100% secure? No, there is no such thing as 100% security in the digital world. What we can say is that with encryption, you have algorithms that are more or less secure. This means that the costs for you to disencrypt a message is very high in relation to the information that you're trying to obtain. Or also, there's also a time element in this. The time you need to break an encrypted message, it takes you a long time. So therefore, encryption is quite secure. Of course, it is possible to break the encryption. If you have infinite resources and infinite time, then it's possible to break the encrypted messages. But that's the condition: infinite time, infinite resources. We were part of a group yesterday talking about encryption related to messaging. And a young person whose name I don't remember, he was talking about this issue of the strategies regarding the maintenance of algorithms without being open, so without knowing the encrypted algorithm that you are using. This form of working is not recommendable from any perspective, because then you cannot make an audit of that algorithm. So, for example, we have several applications, messaging applications that have a closed code, and so in fact you don't know how this is implemented. So it's not recommendable to have this type of situations, because when we think of the area of encryption as a field of study, then the encryption experts, they verify whether the algorithm is in fact secure or not, and they try to break that algorithm and in different ways, and in fact. They really try to verify whether the algorithm is secure or not before implementation on the market and before using it in practice. So what has to be secret? Namely, the key, the code has to be secret. Next one, please. And here we have a couple of classifications. So we have the key numbers, for example. The key number, well, we have two types of algorithms for the key number. One is what we call symmetrical encryption. Maybe you know that term. And the other one is the public key encryption. Now, explaining this with a graph, so you can see that we have like a key that is generated and that is shared between both points. So the one sending and the one receiving, they both have the same key. So the algorithm is closed on one end, and then the algorithm is opened at the other end with the same key. So the message passes through the algorithm, it's encrypted, it goes to the destination, and then it is like opened. Then the message is opened with the same key. There is a very big issue in asymmetrical encryption, namely how are you going to distribute this key without jeopardizing security of the key. So with this sort of algorithms, we have certain complications because of this issue of distribution of the key. And then we have the public key encryption, or the asymmetrical encryption. So each end has two keys, one private key and a public key. So when the sender wants to send a message to the receiver, then I'm going to use the public key to close through the algorithm the message. I will send the message through the communications channel. When it reaches the other end, I will have an algorithm to reverse the process. This is a mathematical reversion, but it works. and then you use your private key to open that information. And like that, you have access. This algorithm, this type of algorithms are better because of the key, because of the dual key. So you only expose your public key. But in addition to this, you also have a private key, which you can keep secure on your device to transmit the message. We also have other types of classifications. For example, by type of operations, I can have substitutions of certain characters or of certain types of information that I have within my message in order to somehow confuse things and to enhance security. So here you can see a message of, an example of that. So basically, when you have an A, you change it, you replace it by an N, etc., to confuse things. So in addition to having the key, this means that you also have this substitution of elements within the message. We also have transposition, which means that you can read the text in a different manner. So both extremes, both ends know how the algorithm works, and they can reconstruct the message. Then we also have, and this is very technical now, there is also a processing mode of clear text. So this means that in the message that you are sending, I can take a block of information and process that through an encrypted algorithm and then send it in blocks. Or I can send it by flows as well, as if every character that I'm sending were a process. So it's like a continuous process, a flow processing. And before I finish, some other important concepts to share with you. One is the open code. I already talked about this. It's important for the audit of the algorithm. This is important to check whether the algorithm is really doing what it is supposed to do. Then we have point-to-point encryption. That's also a concept. Let's go to the next slide. Point-to-point encryption is in fact something that allows you, for the medium that will convey the information, for that medium not to have any intermediaries. Well, basically there are intermediaries, but they do not have access to information. So in the case of messaging applications, the intermediaries, even when they save the information, they cannot have access to that encrypted information. They cannot open that encrypted information. So basically, because of this, we say that this is point-to-point encryption, because the intermediaries do not have access. And then we have what is called forward secrecy, which is a technique that is normally generates keys for every session. So each message that I will send through the application has its own key. And if that key is compromised at one point in time, then I cannot open the next messages, because the next messages or the previous messages were sent with a different key. Because for every session you have like a different key with a different sort of encryption. So this offers an even stronger protection. So basically that's what I wanted to share with you about encryption. Thank you for this opportunity to present this to you, and well, let me go back to my chair. Thank you very much, Natalia, for your presentation. The idea was to have a couple of technical foundations which we can now use for the discussion about public policies and rights, etc., related to the use of these technologies. Although there are many positive aspects in this, this also leads to many questions about how to use these technologies and what may be the impact of the use of these technologies. To talk about this, we have a couple of questions. questions to trigger the debate. And I would like to ask our panel members, what are the main technical uses of encryption? What are the costs and benefits to be taken into account when using these technologies in our communications? What is the assessment we should make between privacy, security of information, and the needs of authorities to combat illegal activities? I would like to start with Bibiana Monti, who is a public policy analyst in the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So, Bibiana, you are going to speak Portuñol, but I'm sure that your Spanish is very good. And in any case, if you want to speak Portuguese, that's okay as well. Thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, well, I will start by talking a little bit about the assessment regarding rights and the attempt regulations that try to find a balance in this, but that have not yet found that balance. One of the questions is, how should those regulations be? And let me start by saying that the regulations should be aligned to the understanding mentioned in a report which you all know, namely of the Rapporteur of Freedom of Expression of the UN, in which it is said regarding anonymous communications, namely that encryption creates a zone of privacy that is a gateway to the exercise of other human rights. And I would say that even to security itself, encryption is clearly useful for confidentiality of information, but it's also important regarding the verification of authenticity of the information and preservation of integrity of the information. Confidentiality in itself is also important in terms of the guarantee of security also for the criminal investigations authorities. And this is also helpful to protect our personal data in many databases that are often the object of breaches. Another report has mentioned that the flow of information jeopardizes the information of people thanks to the use of new technologies and the increased use of new technologies. Therefore, the state has to commit to adapt to the new times, has to adapt the traditional privacy protection mechanisms to modern times. And adapting to modern times means that you need more robust protection. And in that more robust protection, encryption plays an essential role when communications can be monitored, recorded, stored in real time. Then the capacity to communicate in a secure manner becomes vital. So therefore, we can not use the inspiration of regulations that have a massive impact on encryption and on the security mechanisms associated to this. For example, the proposal of the British intelligence service GHOST, which requires that the software developers add an invisible participant to the encrypted communications. For us, this is another form of having like a backdoor that compromises the security relationship between the software developers and the users. And, well, confidentiality, trustworthiness of the participant verification mechanisms become an item. This is also a threat for the open source software that can no longer protect its users. So we need major changes in the design of software, which implies security risks, because they allow the software developer to elect to be like a participant in any conversation. So in general, prohibitions regarding the encryption, like the one presented, massively weaken security and integrity of the communications. Among other reasons, because this intensifies the risk of security breaches by broadening the area of vulnerability. And also because there are difficulties to attack the vulnerabilities created. And there's always this discussion about the backdoor, right? And it's not about whether the backdoors will be used by malignant agents. It's not about the whether, but about the when. And while this is based on the wrong discussion of individual privacy and political protection. Encryption is useful for both personal protection and for political security, and therefore nothing that massively violates integrity and protection is a solution that has to be proportionate. And while sometimes it's not even adequate, to certain jurisdictions or territories. And while the population is subject to these vulnerabilities, and the population is not aware of this, but agents with malignant purposes are aware of this. That is why the public forces must focus on how to enforce the law and how to achieve social purposes in a world where we have default encryption, instead of making an effort to avoid or compromise security. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very fast presentation. And this is a little bit related to different approaches regarding encryption and how this causes tensions and how this gives rise to several issues related to encryption. Now we will go to Daniela Macias. She's the Director of Information Protection at the National Directorate of Public Information in Ecuador. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. For me, it is a pleasure to come to a panel comprised by all women, and also to share this with excellent professionals in the area. I am going to talk about now encryption for data protection and information protection, and this is the area that I develop. And we then need to understand the digital revolution that we are going through, because ITs are rooted in our lives now in a manner that we cannot control anymore. One essential element in terms of technology is communication. Guaranteeing safe communication is something that becomes of utmost importance for all the actors that participate in this global reality. These needs, such as security, have been born as technology has developed. When we have new developments such as encryption, we see that they serve to satisfy needs of the users to guarantee safe communication. The contents of data message, of transmission of personal data is, of course, a part of this. Throughout the world, we have seen attempts to establish norms to specify how encryption should be undertaken. However, other aspects have not been taken into account sometimes in the area of ITs. I think it is essential and fundamental to understand this from the perspective of protection of personal data, because many times understanding in this realm is confused with measures of security as if they were the essential part of the use of personal data. Encryption is only a very small fraction of the overall protection initiative. When we talk about protecting personal data, we have to establish and we have to guarantee that the rights of people are respected, and we have to implement administrative measures to guarantee this right. And this is not only in terms of protection of personal data, but also in terms of privacy. And of course, this has a relationship with freedom of expression. We have to start debating about how the norms have to be broad enough not to limit protection to only one type of technology, because when the norm The legislation establishes that encryption is the only way or the most significant way to implement protection. We are overlooking other measures that are necessary to protect our rights. Thank you so much, Daniela, for your comments on the legislative techniques that will help us understand technology, as well as we cover other areas of interest such as encryption. We are going to listen to Maria Cristina Capello, Director of Security and Welfare. I don't know if you want to tell us something. MC, this is the last time that you see me, I promise. I am leaving tonight, so this is the last time, I promise. This has been a very enriching experience, so I want to thank you for being part of this panel. And of course, we have to find ways to explain how big enterprises such as Facebook addresses this. Point-to-point encryption and other encryption devices are very important. For us, it is not one area or the other. From our perspective, let me mention a few things about the implementation and the reactions we are seeing from several stakeholders. I don't have to repeat why this is useful, right? Because most of the things we do have encryption. For example, we could not undertake online financial transactions without this. There are so many applications for encryption that we are using, but at the same time, there is no such thing as perfect technology. And we need to analyze this from the perspective of a social balance. I think that as we are on the path to find perfect solutions to protect the rights of privacy and freedom of expression, we have to understand technology and expand, and we have to be one step before that. We use we are using in Facebook encryption point-to-point, and this is also applicable to Messenger. And this is a mission that the business that our company is doing. Nobody can easily intercept communications. That's why some governments, such as Brazil's, are complaining, because they want to know how authorities can use measures to find criminal activities. For example, if two criminals are using encrypted communications to hide the details of a crime, when you put those in a balance, this is a service that we're giving to 1 billion people. For example, those are the law-abiding citizens, and though we want to provide secure private communications, and doing away with that, throwing that to the trash in order to facilitate criminal investigation, for example, is unthinkable. It is nonsense. As Viridiana said, any attack on the protocols will be exploited by negative actors, without a doubt. If we can see this already in everything we do, any vulnerability in a system, Andriana said this, if there is a vulnerability, this vulnerability will be used, and this is going to put at risk some people that actually includes the entire community, not only a few criminals, because the community members think that they are using and trust that they are using a safe method to communicate. Since a few months ago, this was established in terms of private communications, and under the understanding that people try to communicate among the members of smaller groups, and there is a need to balance the idea of being open to the entire world, and to on the other hand to have communication with your closer circles. This balance has prompted our company to offer the benefit of encryption for private communications, messaging, direct messaging, and of course WhatsApp. I want you to know that, as you heard, that there was a process for us to set up this advisory council for contents. I want to say that we are not going to implement this without consulting with the community at large, because we do want to expand the public discussion so that nobody feels surprised, but also to ensure that the implementation from the technical viewpoint is adequate, as well as the social perspective. I think we are going to share some common ideas with the people working in the regulation. We need people that understand the balance between privacy and security that is brought about by a messaging facility that has encryption. We have to say that there is no perfect system, but we want to stress that it is the right of the user to choose what type of platform better suits his or her needs. For example, there is a lot of education to be conducted. If somebody spies over your shoulder and sees you using your cell phone or your computer, then the encryption benefit is not valid anymore. If you allowed an application to download information or get information you are sharing in the cloud, then you're losing the benefit of encryption. Or when you operate with third parties, what type of services you're using for e-commerce, for example, those things we need to discuss these things as users, and how we are going to find a balance between security and communications. And of course, we have to include social concerns that express legitimate concerns from the people, to keep on working on this. Thank you, MC, for these things you started sharing with us. It's important to know that social variables are taken into account when you're developing new products, and also the importance of highlighting the importance of educating the end user so that the people can know what best suits their needs. Angie is now with is going to talk to us. She works in gender topics. She is one of the founders of the Special Forum of Women within ISOC, and perhaps she will share with us a few things that benefit women. First of all, I want to thank for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in this powerful and feminine panel. I would like to address this technical issue from the perspective of the user, and I would like to repeat a few things that you already said. First, the issue of encryption has to be discussed from a holistic approach, and we need to understand that encryption is synonym with trust or confidence. If those measures are promoted, they create trust in terms of protecting our privacy. However, okay, everybody agrees with having encryption, that's good. But when you think of who is the target of encryption, what type of user is being targeted with this encryption? We have to understand this not only from the perspective of the digital media. We have to understand that physical security is also involved. Let me give you two very simple examples. in many cases of security to accompany women who have suffered violence. For example, cases that I see, I would like to mention that those are women who are active users of technology between 12 and 19 years of age, and those are the cases I saw, and those are girls that use encryption or the best practices until after any instance of digital violence that they were targeted for. And some of, for example, many people and women use social media to share sexual content, and nobody says anything until they upload their content to a forum that was not the most adequate. It's only after everybody in the town or the city knows or sees the picture of this naked girl shared through social networks, then they start thinking of possible solutions. We also have to underscore the idea of a privilege. This has to do with the languages we're using. In Latin America, we have one main language, Spanish, but also many indigenous languages. And I wonder what is happening with what's happening with activists that are defending the rights of Mother Earth, land and water, so to say, who, besides being under surveillance, are sometimes subject to surveillance, physical surveillance, and most of the time they are concerned about their security, not only digitally, but in their physical realm. Since yesterday, we have been discussing a lot about how we have to foster education so that users, especially in terms of encryption, sometimes we are talking about the big spheres, and we are not talking about encryption at the level of the end users, and also we are not considering diversity of languages. And this is another obstacle for people to get access to these tools. In a perfect world, the ideal would be that we don't have to think of what we can do to live safely. But since this perfect world does not exist, not even in digital spaces, even though we were promised having a perfect world in the digital realm, and I go back to my first idea, encryption equals security. The question is how we are using these tools to take care of our information, and especially in the cases when we have users, female users, and the question is how we are going to protect them. And I called a few friends who are activists, and I asked them what tools you use to protect your information. Well, I put a password to my cell phone, and that's it. They have certain level of understanding of this, but most of the people do not have any knowledge about how they can protect themselves, and they are in a situation of vulnerability. A basic principle of communication: you have the creator of the message and the receiver. If there is something that interrupts this communication, and there is lack of safety here or security, then bad things will happen in communication. Fantastic. Thank you, Angie. You're a champ. Now we are going to open the floor for a discussion. There are members of the audience who would like to tell us a few things. The microphone is over there, if you can approach to the microphone. This is a very difficult situation, and so I will speak in Portuguese. I think that it's a legal matter, but also it is technical thing in terms of encryption. During the presentation, we saw that there are cases of encryption that are simple, others are more complex. For example, the point-to-point. I would like to know, and this is a question for any member of the panel, I would like to know if there is one public or private entity and they possess or they have access to your data. And the question is, if a public or private entity has access to your information and they decide to use a complex encryption and they end up compromising your data and they allow a third party to use or to get access to your data and use it, I would like to know what level of responsibility this entity has. What's the level of responsibility that this entity has if they misuse your personal data, the one that they collected for you? Right? This is a question for our representative of Facebook. I'm happy to hear that Mark adapted the signal protocol for point-to-point. My concern about this tool is first the closed code, then the collection of metadata that I think Facebook, particularly in the WhatsApp, they collect metadata, for example, that can be dangerous, such as your list of contacts, such as your groups you participate in. My question is if there is a plan in Facebook to release the WhatsApp operation in Israel so that we can conduct at some point some auditing to see if we are really safe. I don't know if who wants to answer to the question? No, you were in 3 panels, please. Okay.
I think I will refer to the first question regarding responsibility and the risk analysis to be made by a company that has personal data and that has implemented a less complicated or a less secure encryption and that suffers a breach. I think it's important to understand that is why we have data protection regulations with sanctions, rigorous sanctions in most countries to punish the actors responsible for managing personal data and that have not taken into account effectively the risks of data breaches. The risks during processing of the data. I think it's also important for the legislation to be very clear in terms of defining that depending on the type of personal data, you will need a certain level of security, a specific level of security. Sensitive data will require a stricter or a more robust encryption compared to personal data in a different category. And the responsibilities have to be in accordance with those categories of data. Now, answering the question about public entities, I think when we talk about data protection and transparency, I think that this is not only the responsibility of the entity receiving sensitive information, but it's also about the training given to the people receiving that information. What do I mean? Let me give you an example. When we had those cases of women victims of violence take their evidence themselves to the entities, and pictures have to be taken by way of evidence, etc., etc. But then we have seen cases that those pictures end up in the media. You know, like a woman was hit by her husband and there is the picture. But how was that information shared? How was that picture shared? So this is related to the training given to people working in the governments and given to people receiving that information. And this is sensitive information, but sometimes they do not consider to be sensitive information, and this may really affect the investigation. So basically, by doing this, you're also re-victimizing women because they don't know when to consider information as being sensitive or not. So I think that we should take this into account, namely the importance of our data, and the importance of the sensitivity of data. So it's not only about having locks on the computers in government entities, but it's also about training the people using that information. Because it doesn't matter if you have many locks on a computer, if the people using that information do not have the necessary training, then you still have a problem. Anyone else would like to add anything about the previous questions? No? Regarding the question about the metadata and WhatsApp, I think it's important to clarify that WhatsApp really has a principle of minimum data collection, like the phone number, and I understand what you were talking about. And I have been saying this since yesterday, we are trying to have a balance constantly between protection of the user because of privacy and because of security. There is a white paper. I invite you to read it. It's of 2017, and I can share that white paper with you. In that paper, we have this exploration about why we need to collect the phone numbers, for example, and why we have other metadata. For example, today, you may receive content that you do not want to receive through WhatsApp because it's violent, aggressive, because you don't like it, because it's misinformation, etc., etc. So you have the capacity to report that content through WhatsApp. When you report that through WhatsApp, this comes to WhatsApp. We receive the last 5 messages, the last 5 messages of that account. What for? So that we can investigate about what is happening in that situation regarding security. It's not a perfect implementation of the protocol, no, but it's like trying to do something in a balanced manner. With these actions, we can investigate, for example, whether there is a human trafficking network that is using certain telephone numbers. So there are many considerations that we have to take into account at all times. And of course, this can be improved. And that is why we have these consultations at all times. So this year, for example, we will have regional consultations and public consultations about the implementation of the encryption protocol in the different products of Facebook and how this will be interoperable. So I think it's important to receive your feedback on this, and I wanted to share this example with you. This is just one of many examples, and I want to thank you for your question. I understand your concern, and I understand that this is a matter of a balance not only in this product, but in many other products as well. Thank you, MC. Next question, please. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for your presentations and comments. I heard something which I think is very important, namely the specific topic related to the encryption and the suspicions this generates. Now, the question is, what is there to hide behind this encryption? And this gives rise to a trend of criminalizing things. And this may lead to a problem of political persecution, for example, because you are a political militant, etc., etc. So today in the groups we have heard concerns in this sense related to the persecution of activists in different parts of the region, and I think that there is one key case, one emblematic case, namely the case of this man in Ecuador. Well, actually in Argentina, but he has been living in Ecuador, and I'm responsible for coordinating the actions of solidarity with that man. Organizations that are concerned about this. And well, to give you an idea of this idea of persecution, well, Benny, he was accused of violating information systems in Ecuador. There was a procedure of irregularities reported to the UN, etc., etc. But well, if you want to have more information about that case, we can discuss it later. But in the last novelty about this case is that the public prosecutor conducted the so-called impulso fiscal. That action that action opened 2 new lines of investigation that are not even related to IT. First, he was like a hacker, supposedly. First he was Swiss, then he was Swedish, etc., etc. And now it turns out that he is investigated because of the trafficking of influence. And well, but that's not even possible because he's not a public servant. And he is also being prosecuted for fraud against the state. So what you see here, first of all, that's my perception at least, is that there is no evidence to accuse him as a hacker, and then also that there is no crime in this case. So in reference to this case, I wanted to make these comments. Thank you. My comments. I'm from Nicaragua. My name is Alexa, and I also work with indigenous communities. The indigenous communities are in a special situation of vulnerability because of matters of defending their territory. One of the issues that I heard is this matter of the fact that we do not speak the language of the grassroots users, that they do not know about the security protocols. Something that worked well for us in a sense was to bring people from the community, people that do speak Spanish, to show the protocol to them, and then they translated this into their Miskito, into their indigenous language. So we think that this is a best practice, and maybe this is a best practice that can be replicated to other circumstances to improve the working protocols with vulnerable populations and with populations at risk, and also with people who do not speak Spanish very well. So what we did once again is we identified the people in the community who did speak Spanish. We explained the protocols to them, and then they conveyed it in the indigenous language to the communities. And we have the same here in Bolivia. In Bolivia, there are many indigenous nations, and so maybe this could be replicated here as well. Excellent. Hi to all of you. First of all, thank you for the information that you're sharing with us. And in fact, this is a question for Angie. In Peru, a couple of months ago, there was a training in a city, and one person told me that the new piece of evidence of loving your boyfriend or girlfriend was to give the key, the password to a telephone, to a mobile telephone. So this means that when we talk about security, etc., we also need social awareness raising. So what strategies, what advice do you have to take into account the social awareness raising approach so that people would make adequate use of the social media? Because sometimes encryption is misused among internet users. Good afternoon. I think that the topic is very important in our reality, but I would like to suggest, or I would like to ask a question that implies looking at things from a different perspective. Namely, could we build a society that is more humane? Should we maybe produce a culture of confidence, of trusts? The efforts to ensure security have a high cost, as we have seen. So designing security solutions has a very high cost, because we have to develop stricter and stricter mechanisms and technologies, etc., etc. Encryption has to become stricter. That increases the cost, etc., etc. And this also has other implications related to the violation of human rights and related to the violation of citizen and gender rights. But maybe, and there we have the network of networks, maybe we could produce strategies and policies, maybe we could suggest policies to transform these characteristics of risk, to turn these characteristics of risk into a culture of transparency and of trust. I think the time has come to migrate to principles and values of ethics, ethical values that should underpin human relationships, even through over the web. So I think that we should also focus on this, on developing respect, trust, etc., on developing this culture of human trust. I'm Carola, I'm from Peru. I have a question for the representative of Facebook and also a comment. 2 years ago in Peru, in this conversation, one of the representatives of Facebook was asked about the possibility of two things. One was that maybe you could have the value of working, like in my case in Peru, with the identity card number, so that in this way people could not have more than 2 usernames. Now the problem is the second point, because the different platforms that currently exist ask the user to identify himself or by Facebook or by Google. So there are many problems with this, because in general, if you have one person that has many accounts, it's very difficult to identify that person, and that leads to the problems that have been discussed in this panel, insecurity problems. Another question is whether Facebook is working on digital literacy training. I would like to know what actions you are taking regarding digital literacy, because in general, when you register a user, you say, yes, I accept in very small print, right? And then the third question is whether you, within your action plans towards the future, are you considering the fact of obliging all the countries to not have minors, really, taking into account also the first point that I mentioned, that you should find methods, for example, the use of identity cards, to make sure that minors are not registering themselves in Facebook, for example. Should we first answer these questions and then we continue with more questions? Is this the last question, or is anyone else going to ask a question? Okay, let's have this last one. Oh no, there's 2 more. Okay, so please wait. Who would like to start? Okay, so let's have these 2. Okay, maybe ask both of you to wait a little bit to ask before you ask your questions. Okay, regarding the comments made by the lady from Nicaragua, I think that one of the most effective actions is language. So literacy training is one thing, but it's important to have the tools in the local language. That is one of the most practical strategies, because then you can get near the communities in their own language, especially the indigenous communities. If you have things in their language, then things become easier, because sometimes we have impositions, that was mentioned by Juliana as well in the community network session. and also Eduardo mentioned this, that it's not about imposing something onto a community, it's about telling a community that these tools are helpful for certain actions. It's not about having an imposition, right? Because imposition sounds a little bit like colonizing peoples, right? So we need to rethink how we are using technology for the benefit of people. And well, technology is not something, it's not something that will become extinct and that we are going to go back to paper and to the, you know, to the traditional means. It's about communicating how communities can use new technologies within their context and in their language. I think that this could be a very good starting strategy, using local languages with the local communities. And then the question of Marilyn, well, yes, hey. I think that what you talked about, this new evidence of love between young people by exchanging passwords, that's really a risk, and that is truly happening. You know, when I have talks with young people of 12 to 15 years old, of 12 to 15 years old, well, then yes, we say that they talk about love in digital times, you know, and that is related to this exchange of passwords. And I ask them, for example, how many of you have a girlfriend or a boyfriend? How many of you have been asked to give their password, to share their password? And many of them raise their hands. So they do share their passwords. And then I ask them, how old are you? I'm 14. Well, you still have a long future of boyfriends and girlfriends, right? So we try to really raise awareness about the sharing of passwords. But anyway, when we ask the young people about this, it's very interesting to see what happens. It's very interesting to talk to these young people, and I ask them, why do you share your password? Because, you know, like 12 years old, they're sharing passwords and intimate pictures, etc. And I'm asking them, why are you doing them? Well, I'm doing this because the others do so. So then we start having a reflection about this, and this reflection is something that is very, very concrete with very small groups. So to talk with them, to discuss this. So, and then we talk about privacy. What is privacy? And so gradually we talk to them about privacy, and we make sure that they recognize the importance of privacy. And so they think that privacy is about not sharing pictures and passwords with people that you don't know. But they don't realize that privacy is also with people that you do know, with your boyfriend or your girlfriend. So we try to have discussions with them about this, you know, so they would realize the importance of privacy. So anyway, so we have this talk about love in digital times, and we start with this idea. We start discussing this idea, and of course we have not found definite solutions about this, but the discussions are really interesting with these young people. But first, it's about them recognizing that if your boyfriend asks you for your passwords, that is a form of violence. That's already an indicator of violence. And this reflection that we make with them is that if today he wants to have your password, what will he ask from you tomorrow? And the day after tomorrow, what other form of violence might be committed against you? So we do this through a word game. If he loves you, well, we have this word game, you know, and we say, if he loves you, then, and we show images. If he loves you, then he will not, and then they have to fill out their ideas. So if he loves me, he wants to add me to his WhatsApp group. Or if he loves me, he will let me read his conversation. If he loves me, he's not going to ask me for my password or for intimate pictures, etc. So that's how we try to raise awareness with them. So we start from a very general concept of violence, and from there we go down into specific forms of violence. And the important thing is that if you work with young people, you need to speak their language. You need to explain things in their language, in their jargon. So that's very advantageous. You also need to tell them that really the social media have many benefits, but that the social media also have difficulties and problems, which you need to recognize as the starting point to discuss security in the internet. So I'm not saying as from tomorrow you should no longer access the social media. No, that's not the idea. It's not about prohibiting social media. No, that's not how you do this. You just need to approach the issue of security, and you need to talk about balance. You need to talk about the balance between accessing social media and security, and telling them that, for example, if someone wants to have your password, then he should not be your boyfriend or girlfriend anymore.
Well, we are 6 women in this panel, and we are already discussing how to empower women. Oh, I am not a moderator anymore. Come on, I had to say something on this. Okay, Viriana, I don't know if you, I think you have some comments too. Yes, I would like to comment of the case of Ollavini. I was in a mission in Quito from Electronic Frontier Foundation with Daniel Bryan and another colleague who are part of the organization. We were on a mission to try to understand what happened there in Ecuador, because for us it was weird, the discussions that we were, again, the Ollavini, and because of the weight of this case in the technical community, we discussed ideas with assembly members, journalists, and technicians, and we offered a press conference when we mentioned conclusions that on the basis on the consultations and given the lack of evidence in the process, our conclusion was that based on the information we had, that it was a lot more, it was a political case and not a legal case, because different political parties or have different ideas and interests, perspectives. This was reflected on the fact that we discussed in our visit about a couple of irregularities in the process. For us, the idea of treating this as a legal case would lead to have a fair trial, and this is what we wanted to highlight in our press conference, to have a due process of law. This is something that touches our discussion about what we do with other similar cases. As Rodrigo said, sometimes these experts in security are misunderstood. There is a lot of fear among many people about the knowledge these experts have. In one of the hearings related to this process, the prosecutor's office said that Ollavini in Ecuador was developing software for security, for privacy, but they said privacy of whom? So the point of Ollavini is developing open code protection software. He's developing a new version of OTR, and this is the security and the privacy of everyone. Many times there is this lack of understanding, and in Latin America we have this thing that we are basing the defense of these same people based on the Inter-American Declaration of Human Rights, and we sometimes these statements are too broad. Sometimes we have to see cases where there was no criminal intent. We have a paper that we can distribute to you, since Maria Cristina is going to say in a moment. I have another question regarding. Yes, because just a short comment that if wrote a lot about concerns about integration of messaging services. One of those concerns has to do with the management of identities of the messengers, or in WhatsApp you use a number of your cell phone. For Instagram you have a name of user, and for Messenger in Facebook you have your real identity. This actually creates vulnerabilities for women who are more vulnerable or who are facing situations of violence, for example. This is something I wanted to mention. Yes, let's put our hands together for this. Okay, before to address to this question, which is valid, I want to say that Paula Vargas over there, she's the leader of Privacy for the Region, and she's there because you should know that she is also available to discuss things here, but this is it. Now, in terms of the questions from Peru, they mentioned several things regarding minors and the appropriate age to access internet services. This is a global debate. Each culture has, and even each country have different ideas. For example, some countries have established thresholds. You cannot use internet if you're not 13 sometimes. The idea is that children have rights too. They don't want to be left aside in terms of using products. We would have to design products that do not pose risks to them. That would be my approach. Another thing that we're doing in our security team, and this is the team I lead in for Latin America, is a hackathon, the idea of a hackathon where we bring together people who are thinking of regulation, people who are working with children, experts in human rights, experts in privacy, security, etc. We want to get together to have new ideas and to have ideas to design products that take into account different types of users, and to discover what parameters we should use, both legal and non-legal, because this is part of the exploration. I do not have a definite answer. We're just following the rules. You have to be 13 or 14, depending on the country, to have access to Facebook. And you have a different experience on Facebook if you are a minor. It changes when you turn 18. You have a messenger for kids. This has different devices or encryption measures to protection. Of course, we are trying to protect the minors, and we have to keep on working on this together. There was another question regarding identification. I do not have a direct answer because I am not sure I understood that case well. Some time ago, we were discussing this. The question was how private are the data of the persons. In fact, if we are collecting information, for example, we'll never ask for more information than the one than the one we need. We have to take care of this. I think that Paula during the break can actually have a conversation with me, or they can talk to you in terms of how what's the idea behind the Facebook logging. And they don't have a request permission from us. Any institution, commercial institution, sometimes they need some information and they can use it, but it's important to understand how some portions collect a few data and the other services collect more data. To touch base with what Paula said, how we face the challenge of encryption. I understand there are different manners to authenticate. For authentication, one of the things we are considering, and we would love to have as many samples of input, as much input as possible, is precisely this. How do we achieve the balance if people, for example, have a chance to choose one's way of integrating or joining the service? It would be interesting to have different options so that people could choose how to be identified and start using the service. And this is part of the consultation. This is something that we have been discussing internally, and this is part of the consultative process. We have 3 additional questions now. If I can ask a question. My name is Gabriel from Brazil. I have a technical question for Natalia. If you gave the technical perspective, or if somebody else would like to answer to this. This is my question. In the classification of encryption models, I saw that is sort of a loophole if the encryption is based on sorry, I am not certain about this. It could be radio or on software. There are methods for encryption that offer more guarantee in terms of protecting the data. And you have advantages and disadvantages in different methods for encryption. In this regard, I would like to ask how we should study the pros and cons of different methodology for encryption, and how you see encryption of images for future technologies on the internet. Let's get some additional questions, and then we are going to answer to those together. I think this question is for Maria Cristina. I think I am not totally satisfied with this. I would like to talk about specifically about the case that we see very often when we have workshops of security, digital security. We say, okay, WhatsApp is encrypted. Why don't we have a more simple operation there? And there are ideas that encryption is not the only solution to protect privacy of people. I would like to specifically know how you relate what's the interface, the experience of the user with encryption. In the past, we knew about cases in which the protocol of signal has been slightly modified to favor the experience of the user. When you, for example, do a backup, what happens there? Because I have a lot of uncertainty regarding this backup. Some people just do backups without wondering or without having a clear idea about what's happening with this encryption device. What's happening is that the company stops being responsible for that content, because when you decide to do a backup, you are renouncing your encryption protection of the previous conversations we had. I am David Paredes from Peru. I came participating with the youth program. I am a software developer. I understand the encryption you're talking about. We have knowledge of certain guidelines to control security. We have different measures. However, there are points that look very they seem very easy to crack. For example, it's very easy to create a poll, what type of Avenger you are, and then you get information from the users, and someone is collecting information on the user of this particular poll, so to say. I saw a meme that said, "Mark, please protect my account. Oh, I want to be a superhero," here and there. Is there any limit about what we can or should not? Because if we wanted to do so, we could develop one application in one night that can steal all the data. Natalia, would you like to answer to a question? I will try to answer to the question by Gabriel, but also commenting on a few other things that are relevant when we thought of security, when we think of security of information, and that's my perspective in this panel. We think that truly this is supported on the basis of a trio. You have technology. We think that encryption can be one of the manners and one of the technological tools to do so. Then we have security policies in which we decide or think of how people should behave and how people behave in fact in this system. And sometimes during the participation we had questions regarding education. I think that this is a huge loophole that we are facing, because today we have security conditions that are well developed. We have safe algorithms, and we are in a very lively area of development, which is reinventing things constantly, and they are inventing post-quantum encryption, for example, for the time when we have with quantic computers, once the current algorithms do not work anymore in this new reality. So what we see in the future is developed. But besides policies, we have several possible frameworks to be used, and also the end factor, the end link in the chain has to do with people, because no matter how good you are in terms of the policy or the technology, you won't be able to use this if you don't have people who are prepared. For example, when one is victim of social engineering, this can weaken the whole system, but you don't have people who are educated. And this is just to answer to Gabriel. What do I see? There is a trade-off between using different elements of hardware and software, and this has to do with access for end users. Sometimes if you choose to use something that apparently is not the strongest or the most or the fastest solution to favor access for the user, then you have a situation, because if your user cannot use this platform in a sound manner, you are not going to serve the purpose, the original purpose. I think this is a very complex situation that was brought to our attention. Thank you very much. Just to close this, I am very thankful for all the questions, because I do believe that we are hired in Facebook to be able to show that there are people who are more or less thinking people, and people who are open to receive feedback and to change, and our teams are designed to go to pass this information to the other elements. David, right? I don't know if you know the Bounty program. You can make a lot of money if you discover where our algorithm is failing. So I encourage you to do that. You can make a lot of money by telling us where we're weak. There are ways to create incentives to find vulnerabilities, because maybe this was implementation that failed, or the code, whatever. I do believe that perhaps you may want to talk with Paula. That would be interesting. Paula is going to be here all the day, the entire day. And this is to conclude. Let me join two questions into one answer. And this has to do with education. What we are lacking, what we are going to be able to offer as a response from Facebook and other companies in the group is how we are going to use the power of dissemination of these platforms to send the correct message, to obtain the balance as user. For example, to decide if you want to do a backup in the cloud or not. And we want to keep on working on this. Sometimes or many times the products are not developed thinking that the end user will know how to use everything related to this product. There is something missing, a missing link. We need to work on things such as developing language solutions so that people can know what decision what's the weight of the decision you're making. You have to understand in your language what you are committing to.
Anyone else would like to make some final comments? No? Okay, then I'm going to close this panel. I think that the bottom line of this is that when we talk about encryption, is that technology is a reality in our daily life and brings complications. And I think that if we look at the different comments made and the different practical ways in which this is addressed, is the best way to understand how we can use the technologies in the best way possible. I want to thank you very much for being here, and I also want to thank the participants for their comments and questions. And I think we can close here. Oh, Angie, you wanted to say something? So she will close now? Well, more than closing, I wanted to invite all of you at 7 o'clock in the Virgen de los Deseos. Thank you for the invitation. And so we have ended this panel. A round of applause, please. We have had 2 intensive days within the framework of LACIGF 12, and we have not yet visited La Paz. If you want to visit the city of La Paz, there are people here representing the municipal government of La Paz, and well, you can write down your name on a list so that tomorrow you can have some fast sightseeing in the city of La Paz. So the people with the yellow vests are the ones having the lists.